Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina, USA. We have Nick Palavida joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, USA, and then we have Willie joining us from Australia down under. And welcome to IBM TV's Economics Monday. And as usual, we have a great lineup to start the show. So let's get started. So, and I think.
Let's add some people to the lineup. Let's bring in Alexander Starr from Toronto and also from Canada. We'll bring in from Hong Kong, Rakesh, and we have some good plans for you, Rakesh. We were talking about you earlier today, and a special guest, Dr. Ted Snyder from Yale University has joined us. So we have quite a bit of a lineup here this morning on Business Economics Monday. And also it looks like we're going to be expanding our business programming. Our business program has been extremely popular to the point where we've had a big problem here on Monday, Economics Monday, getting people in because what happens, we have a limitation of 10 guests at any point in time, and we get these little pop-ups that go, hey, I can't get in. We're too crowded. In other words, there's too many people on board. So we're going to start probably next week, adding Money Masters Monday, right? And Kit. Around
8 o'clock in the morning, I think 8 to 10. I think we're going to be doing
at 8 o'clock.
Starting from 8 o'clock.
It'll help the people out in Hong Kong and Australia, mate. Because what time is it over in Australia, Willie?
This is 12 midnight.
12 midnight. Okay. So now see the beauty of starting at 8. It means it'll be 10 o'clock in Australia time in the evening, which is a more manageable time for you guys. So we are thinking about you. So we're going to start moving our business programming up a little bit to accommodate some of the people that are here. And I think that will be really good. Let's see. We have Aneta has just joined us. And also coming in from the United Kingdom, we have Ben. Ben Coates is from the UK. Excuse me.
Is Raymond going to join us too? Is Raymond going to join it? Raymond?
Well, see, this is the problem. The answer is yes, and this is the problem. We're already.
Well, I'll beam out.
No. I think we can have one more person, then we're full up.
So Kimberly and Nick, Raymond, who just graduated from Yale SOM, actually has a job interview. So he'll join after the job interview.
Wow.
Oh yeah, okay. After he lands his job, after he lands his job, then he'll be on IBM TV. Goes for an interview. Well, I'm gonna be on IBM TV.
What a grand information to hear, and such an economic hard hit time. When we just had the conversation the other day in our private talks of, what are the students doing? There are so many students. This is the worst year of graduation because there's no job.
Dr. Snyder sent me something very interesting. They said like 40,000 students. I thought it's just like everything. You think the situation is resolved after they pulled that rule. But now you're saying that 40,000 students in the United States are going to leave. So can you update us? I mean, that's a lot. I'd hate to have all the international students pull out because, like I said, I have a different philosophy. I would get rid of the statute of limitations, bring us your poor homeless. I'd replace it with bring us your best and brightest, and we'll do whatever we can to keep them here. And put that on the statute of liberty. But maybe people don't like that idea.
So I'll just explain my understanding, and then maybe turn it over to Aneta, who's a rising second-year MBA and Master's in Public Health at Yale School of Management and Yale University. And I'll try to put this in a way that I think gives some logic to the regulation. People can disagree with it, but let me try to put it in a positive light from the point of view of the U.S. administration. What they're saying is that if you're a student and you're going to come to Waterville, Maine, to be in the community where Colby College is, or Austin, Texas, where UT Austin is, or Portland, Oregon, where Reed College is, or Ann Arbor, Michigan, where University of Michigan is, or New Haven, where Yale is. You have to be coming there to take classes face to face. The Trump administration's view is we don't want people coming into the country just to take classes online, but be embedded in these campus communities. So I think that's the favorable way to put it. And my understanding is that this is something that they substituted in the wake of withdrawing their lawsuit. But that's my understanding. Maybe Aneta would like to comment on how quote, international students at Yale and elsewhere are reacting to this news. And then I have one other comment, which is it's very interesting to observe some schools, given that regulation, they're going to work really hard to achieve a threshold of meaningful face-to-face classes. And other schools are not. They're just going to give it up. And that's a side topic. But I don't know. My guess is Aneta has some comments to follow on.
And she's a real international student because Aneta, you're from Poland, right? Aneta?
Yes, that's right.
That's right. Real international student.
I'm from Poland, and I'm also a resident in Switzerland. So very valid points. I think from the international student perspective, there is a lot of uncertainty as to how the visa situation will develop. So students, to the best of my knowledge, students who have started their education will be able to continue even if their programs are online, but this does not apply to incoming classes. So for international students whose programs will be online, I don't think they will be eligible for visas to enter the US and take their classes online from the US, which is quite a major change. And I think it introduces a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, like I said, I have a different philosophy. I say bring in the best and the brightest, and then keep them here. So I'm just going to do brief introductions who have joined us on the IBM TV Business Monday. We have Kim Calhoun, Executive Director at IBM TV in Raleigh, and Kit Kandlawa, who's the Executive Director in New Delhi. Off to my right is Willie Hill, who heads up Startup Australia, but happens to live in Melbourne, Australia, and Aneta, who's from Poland, who actually lives in the United States. Professor Ted Snyder, who's the professor at economics at Yale University and former dean of Yale University, and also the University of Chicago Business School. Rakesh, who's actually a professional educator, does online education. He's beaming in and lives in Hong Kong. Used to live in New Zealand, our international man of mystery. But our real international man of mystery is Alexander Starr from Russia, and now lives in Toronto. And then we have Ben Coates, who is from the United Kingdom, but please don't call it United Kingdom. He's from Great Britain, and he suggests we change our name to the Great United States of America. We haven't done that yet. And Shakeel Latimer, who's actually in the investment world from Perth, Australia, but right now is hunkered down, I believe, in Sydney. So welcome to the Business Monday. And I think now we have a full ship. So if people are trying to get on, you're kind of like knocked out now. Yes, Kim.
So Nicholas, just so you know, the sentiment that you articulated, which is to have a welcome mat for highly talented people who come to the U.S. for higher education and then want to stick around. That harkens back to Steve Jobs' comment to President Obama and said every graduate should get H-1B visa stamped to their or stapled to their graduation certificate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this has been mentioned for a long
Actually,
time.
I've had to get them for some of our employees when I started my company in Seattle about 20 years ago. Back then, it was not a big problem. It was a hassle to get an H-1B visa for employees to come. But our philosophy is bring the best. See, here's what's going to happen. And Rakesh knows that. He sits in China. China, by the year 2050, is going to overtake the United States in GDP. If we're going to do anything to slow that down, we've got to change our attitude and attract the best and the brightest. And we can do that, but we have to change our attitude to do that. And we already know we have one chess player here, Alexander Starr. Jim is not going to be here. The thing is, in the chess world, Webster University went out and attracted the best and the brightest chess players all over the world. Webster University has dominated the U.S. chess market scene for the last 10 years by getting the best international talent they could muster up, and they would come to Webster. It's a tiny school in St. Louis. It's really big in chess world now on the map. Well, the United States has this great opportunity to attract the best and the brightest, but not with our current immigration policies. They're a complete mess. So yes, you're right. I totally agree. H1, first of all, if they can get into Yale, come on, Dr. Snyder, I looked at your chances, 93% chance you're not getting in. You're rejected. So if you get into Yale, you're in the top 7% anyway. Why would you reject the people? You want to accept them and give them H-1B visas. You want to bring in the best and the brightest. I mean, come on.
I want to ask a question while I have these really highly educated academic people on board, because I sit on a board of advisors at North Carolina State University, and so we've been meeting about this. Aneta, what is your input about this as a student, right? How do you feel? What would be best for you and your best interest as a foreign student? And as even if you were just, an American student, what do you think is the best fit? And then, Ted, I'm going to ask you, I want you to answer that question too, because I need help understanding. I might talk to my students, but I like to hear from you guys.
So in terms of what is best, I would say, and it might be surprising, but the best is predictability. So knowing what is going to happen, how, the regulations are going to be implemented is the best. Like, even if it's not favorable for some reason, you can plan around it. Not knowing what will be the regulations within 1 month, within 1 year, by the time we graduate, I think that is the hardest, because as students, we're obviously planning our careers, our loan repayment schedules around that information, right? Like, will we be able to stay? Will we need to go back? So predictability is number one for me. And then second, obviously, having favorable immigration policies is always great. As it was already mentioned, I feel like people graduating from top American schools are able to, contribute to the economy. And actually, there is research showing that every graduate who of top universities who gets employment in the US actually contributes first to GDP, but also to additional job creation.
Right. Yep.
I have a question.
Two thumbs up.
What is your input on? Go ahead, Rakesh.
I have a question for Professor Snyder, Ted Snyder. How many students actually is there even a significant percentage of students who come to the United States with a career plan back in their home country? Where they want to learn something from the United States and want to go back to their home country for a certain career path.
So this reminds me of a story when I was dean at Chicago, and we got together with other deans, and at the time, Pat Harker was dean of Wharton, and he would ask every student coming in from outside the U.S. in a group setting to raise their hand if they were planning to go back and work in their home country. And everybody raised their hand. But then by the end of the program, virtually all those students wanted to spend time in the U.S.
Right.
and have the start of their career, if not an extended period of time, in the U.S.
That was my experience. Also, exactly what you said at University of Miami. They had an international program where they had lawyers from all over the world studying. And when they first got started, well, we planned to go back. At the end of the term, for whatever reason, they fell in love with the United States. They wanted to stay. And these were really bright people, Professor Snyder. I mean, these were the best and the brightest throughout the world. And this is what I'm saying. The welcome map.
So this gets to the implications of what you raised about the competitiveness of U.S. higher education in attracting the best and the brightest from around the world, encouraging and welcoming them to stay. And just to follow up on Kimberly's point, I think this is the biggest challenge, the combination of COVID and immigration policies, the biggest challenge to U.S. higher education in my lifetime. And I can explain what I think's going on, but it's up to you. It would take about 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, we have plenty of time.
I want
to hear that, but I just have a side question. I know that Shakeel is burning to ask you. Did you know a guy named Milton Friedman when you were at the University of Chicago, by any chance?
Well, of course I did. And when Milton passed away, that was my 2 minutes of fame. I was dean at the time of Chicago Booth, and I ended up being on the NewsHour to talk about him as a teacher and a public intellectual. But I took 2 classes from Milton and learned a lot from him. My favorite phrase from Milton was, "Let's go slow." You always say that. Before somebody was making a mistake, if you said, "Let's go slow," that meant you were on the wrong track.
Okay, got it. You got it. You got to go a different direction. But we'd like to hear and have our world audience hear about what your thoughts are on education and this.
I want that 3 minutes
situation.
because the reason is because of what I do. I want to learn as much as I can from all of you that really this impacts. So yes, please.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Kimberly, it affects all of us because almost everyone's tied to their college or graduate school, and there are 3 components of higher education. The area I've worked in for the last 30 plus years. And to understand the model, you really do need to understand these 3 things. Number 1, traditionally, higher education is a slice, not share kind of enterprise. What do I mean by that? We've talked about this before, but there's a quality pyramid, and each school is trying to get their slice high up in the quality pyramid. Now, just like in brands, if you go for too big of a share and your brand gets too big, it loses its luster. So we have a club or brand aspect to higher education. We've had that for a long time. People want to associate with students who they think are really super high quality, and faculty, same thing. Second thing about higher education, it fits into what economists now refer to as 2-sided markets. Higher education, whether it's in the US or outside, you connect students to faculty. You connect students to employers. You connect potential graduate study beyond that program to graduating students. So it's actually a multi-sided market. The third thing is that from just a financial and operational perspective, having run 3 different business schools, the business model is not that different from a restaurant or a cruise ship. You have a certain amount of capacity and you want to fill it up. And you may not charge the same price to everybody, and we don't, but capacity utilization is really important. Now, those are the 3 things. A club model, two-sided markets and capacity utilization. Now, what we're hitting COVID facts and impacts plus the immigration stuff right now in the context of extremely high cost to face-to-face education and improvements in online education. So we have a relative efficiency shift from face-to-face to online. So this is going to be the big period of transition to pain. I don't think we're going to go away completely from face-to-face, but I think we're going to have a movement from the bottom of the pyramid up, such that a lot of the face-to-face will transition to online, and a lot of the top quality programs are going to shift to hybrid. Now, I think it's going to be, people have said for years, like Krishnan, oh, higher education is finally going to change. And it's been a resistant model, but, buckle your seatbelt, because I think, the yogurt is hitting the fan. We're on the roller coaster for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that input, because it's hard to when you're just a board member, right? A lot of times you're on the outside looking in, but you're not active. You're as active as you can get, but we're not the active student. We know what things were like before. What you're dealing with today is probably the most challenging situation that's probably ever hit any educational system. And I commend you guys for doing what you are doing. I wish we could do more. I mean, again, I sit on 2 boards of universities, and one of them, I feel like I'm not even part of it anymore. We barely talk anymore. The other one is more active, but it seems like that there's this. The students need to know that eventually they can get back, and I agree with you. I think they need to have that networking opportunity. I mean, I live next door to 2 schools. I'm in between 2 schools, okay? And neither one of them, they're both big, facilities empty. And not that one. Yeah, I live in between all 3, okay? I live in between Duke, NC State University, and University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, just like Nick does. We live in the middle of them. But I between 2, and these buildings are empty. And every day I walk the tracks and around the school to get in my miles, and I feel a sense of emptiness as well in my heart, that these kids are not together anymore. What's going to happen? Are we turning into the zombie land that we read about in science fiction books over the years? And what can we do to help close this gap?
So I'm not going to answer it, but I will just add a further comment, and maybe again, I think it'd be interesting to get Aneta's perspective on this. Absolutely. But if U.S. schools do eventually get back and they start using their capacity, but fewer non-U.S. students, so-called international students, are coming, what's gonna change in terms of the appeal of higher education in the United States? Where are the top students going to go if they don't come to the U.S., if they're coming from outside the U.S.?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't want to answer that question, because we have this guy from Great Britain who sits over there named Ben, and he's been on a lot of our shows. But Professor Snyder has a question. If they don't go to the United States because we have an unwelcome mat, what happens to you guys? Do you have any good schools over there in Great Britain, Mr. Ben?
I personally, our education system is not enough flair in our education system. I think it's very much channeled. The one question that I had for Mr. Snyder was, do you not feel that we have 2 sets of students at the moment? We have the 2008 to 2010 students that came out of education during the recession, which have never really fully come out of, if we're honest. and maybe some have just picked up their careers and now they've been hit by this crisis. And of course, we have the students of today that are in the midst of a crisis. Are we not overloaded with that kind of, the people that have not settled for their careers yet? Could that be a major issue? And is that why there's not enough to go around?
So let me make sure I understand the question. Are you talking about the impacts of these two major economic downturns on graduating students?
Yeah, because they're so close together realistically, aren't they? And obviously, so the students of 8 to 10 years ago now have a second crisis in such a very short career span. Are we not overloaded with people now that are unsure of what the future holds? And is that one of the issues?
Yeah, yes, thank you for the clarification. It is one of the issues. What we know from a lot of study is that when you graduate, in what cohort are you, at what economic point in various cycles and sectors, really has a big impact on your lifetime earnings. It's not the only thing, but it's an important thing. So students who are graduating now are really challenged, and it's not that long ago from the so-called Great Recession in 2008, 2009. So I think you're right to raise that question. I'll just add one other thought, which is if graduating students don't do that well with their job market prospects, that affects return on investment from the education and giving back to the institutions. Now, the U.S. really relies on that. And I think that one of the things that we saw even before this recession, the COVID recession, is a lot of small colleges were going out of business. And that trend is going to accelerate. If I were a small college president, thankfully I'm not, I would want to have at a minimum $800 million in endowment, so that when I woke up on the first day of the fiscal year, I'd get 5% of that in endowment income, and I'd have 40 million, therefore, to start the year. Schools that don't have that, or if they have a lot of debt, oh my goodness, it's really going to be a tough time. And those two things go together: how the graduating students are doing, and ultimately how the institutions themselves will fare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been a big problem, is that some of the smaller colleges have actually gone out in the United States, out of business, because they just don't have large enough endowments. And the endowments, I think, are very important, and the students do tend to give back. One of my classmates I went to school with in Miami, Stuart Miller, his dad founded Lennar, which is a big home builder. And when his father passed away, Stuart gave the University of Miami $100 million. And since then, he's given another $50 million. At Northeastern, where I teach, Damore and Kim created a great tech company and gave, I don't know, 30 or 40 million to the business school. So having those endowments, I think, are what you said. It's very important for universities.
And I'll just give a shout out to Raymond, who isn't here. Maybe he'll get that job and join us in a few minutes. But
that's true.
But he's graduating from, he just graduated from a program. It's a one-year program called Master of Advanced Management. And you have to come from a set of schools around the world that are in a network that's connected to Yale. And it includes schools like Lagos Business School, Oxford Said, Fudan in China, AIM in the Philippines. Really interesting set of schools. Anyways, what do you think the giving rate has been for graduates of this program, virtually all of whom come from outside the U.S.? Well, it's almost 100%.
Right. Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah. So this isn't just a U.S. citizen phenomenon. It goes back to your point, Nicholas. The people who come from outside the U.S. and they benefit from this wonderful higher education experience in the U.S., which I do think we're very good at, are incredibly grateful and do give back.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah, I totally agree with you. That's one reason our policies, like Aneta was saying, at least whatever the policies are, make sure they're firm, not fluid, where, hey, it's policy A today, B. But the other thing is, I think we need to change our attitude toward attracting the best and the brightest. I love that book. I think David Halberstrom wrote years ago about the Kennedy administration. The whole goal was attract the best and the brightest. If you are not the best and the brightest, surround yourself with the best and the brightest. And it's just a winning formula. It's always been a winning formula. But our immigration laws aren't in that area because we have these crazy HB1 visas, the F visa. We have policies that change. So what we need to do, and I'm grateful that you're here, Professor Snyder, is to get the United States on board to change those policies, because without that conversation coming up over and over again, it's just like what I heard. I thought the immigration thing was over after last week when the Trump administration withdrew the rule, but apparently it's not over. It's had a major down spiral effect on the international students. Would that be correct?
Can I ask a question as well, Professor Snyder, if that's okay? During COVID, and there's been a lot of talk about this for a number of years now, where education has become very expensive all over the world, all over the Western world for sure, that the delivery of education can now be done online. Harvard and a number of other top universities and colleges are actually offering some online courses. Some of them are free, where you don't actually get a certificate at the end of it, but you can actually study the course first, and then you can actually go in and enroll in the proper course. Does technology now make, actually a physical school redundant? Is it still necessary to actually go and attend for a lot of courses, such as economics, as opposed to, say, medicine, where you need to actually be there? For a lot of subjects like law, economics, some of those more theoretical subjects, does that make actually a physical school redundant? Is that going to put some downward pressure perhaps on course fees and that sort of thing? I think you're muted, actually, Professor Snyder. We can't hear you.
Shakeel, per your usual form, you ask the tough questions. Here's the deal. So what online does, and it is getting better and better. I'm teaching online this fall, and the marginal cost of adding a student is very low. But that's in conflict, isn't it, with the idea of a club, where you want to restrict the number of students and foster that sense of, we've got the high quality slice. We're really, way up there. I think schools are going to do it. I think they're going to take advantage of the online, but still create the club, because students want, and maybe Aneta will chime in, students want to be part of a community and get to know each other. So I think the two will happen, and a lot of schools are going to weight it differently, more online, less online. But I don't think that the club or face-to-face community aspect of it will go away at the top schools.
That's good to hear. One of the things I want to add is, did I die? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things I want to add is this month I was reading the National Geographic with Mike Callahan, who is the world's leading infectious disease doctor for pandemics. A lot of people don't know who he is, but one of the things he believes in is global education, right? So the first thing he does is when he sees something happening, he believes in educating people in every country about it. Not just, in his belief, not just about medicine and diseases, but anything we can share. Because our world leaders themselves, their agenda is different than ours. Their agenda is to keep us divided so that they can achieve what they want to achieve. Whereas humanity as a globe, we need to be able to unite on certain levels to help each other. I mean, look at my favorite was this month where Pastor and Coke came up with, a means to save humanity during the war, and they were definitely rivals, not just scientifically and professionally, but patriotically during a war. And during a war, these two men connected together to save humans. So I think that that's what this university program has always been good, is bringing in the smartest of, not just the smartest people from around the world, but connecting ideas from around the world, right? And solving world problems for humanity. I mean, I could be wrong. Willie, you got something?
No, I was thinking of the network effect. We've been talking about all this, whether you should do it online or offline. Network effect can only be effective if it's face-to-face, eyeball-to-eyeball kind of experience. Online, I'm not just sure that it can effect. If you're trying to engage somebody and do a transformation where he believes totally in you, you can only do that eyeball to eyeball. We can only do so much online. I don't think you can transform a person online. The buying power for you to get that person on board, I don't think so.
And I
Willie,
knee to knee is so much
you
better.
hear-
So, eye to eye, knee to knee is a connectivity that you can't replace. It really is. The depth of being able to build credibility and trust in a person when you can look them in the eye is so much different. I've come from years of doing business, and I agree. But how do we collectively, all of this knowledge in this room today, how do we collectively gain from the situation we're in right now? One of the ways we can gain is because we are going online. Maybe we can open up more doors to more people getting an education, as opposed to, there's only somebody who can travel to the US or somebody who could travel to the UK to go to a certain school. Maybe now we can open up more doors, and that can open up more doors for more teachers. I don't know if that's a good idea, but that's a way to make what we have maybe better. Maybe making it more affordable, for someone like me, for instance. When I was very, very young, the idea of being able to go to a university was a far dream, because I didn't have the financial means. I was a female, and so there was a lot of odds against me. But having something electronically available to me today would make it easier for me to go to school. Maybe more cost effective for a single mom, right, who's struggling, and she just needs a few more hours to finish the degree she started before she started having children. There's a lot of women like that, or even dads. There's a lot of dads like that. So maybe there's a gain in this, and we just need to keep getting creative. And this is one of my disappointments in our leaders, when they said, well, we're going to cut the education budget and cut the teachers' pay because they're not going to a classroom. And I call BS on that. I think now's the time we need to be investing more so that we can become more creative. What do you think, Professor Ed?
Can I say to Willie very quickly,
Yep.
because Ed's still muted, so I'll just jump in. But you live here in Australia. You're aware of open universities, which is available to everybody, and they waive a lot of the prerequisites to get into a lot of the courses. We are lucky enough to have a different way of funding tertiary education in Australia than what you guys have in the United States. And that's allowed a lot of people, and I'm actually one of them, to be able to actually enroll in certain courses where there's a number of reasons why you might do that. One, maybe you didn't like school too much. It doesn't mean that you're dumb, and doesn't mean that you're not academically smart or bright. Just maybe you've got a lot of things going on. And we talk about equality and giving people opportunities. The ability of somebody to be able to actually enroll in a course and study a course that they want to learn, that's enhanced by being able to get involved in something like open education, which we have here in Australia. But also, I would say, Kimberly, for what you just said there, it's actually not just when you're first starting out in your career. I would love to have a PhD. I think I have as much knowledge that as would be required. I think it would be great to be on my resume. But do I have the time? Do I really want to go back to university Do I really want to spend all of that time, or can I drag it out over 5 years or 10 years and write a thesis and do what I'm doing while I'm already working? Now, in Australia, if you're a PhD student, there are no course fees. When you're actually in a PhD, that's free, right? You have to pay for everything else, but the PhD bit is actually free. And so there's a lot of people that would love to do it, such as myself. But, I'm not that old. I'm not that young. I'm not that old. I'm 36. I don't have the time. You keep saying, how do you have the time to come onto TV? I don't have the time to do that. But by being able to do some things by distance, if I only have to attend university once a week or whatever, I've got a lot more time to do things. Sorry, Rakesh, you've got your hand up.
I'm delighted to hear you, because my entire business is predicated on the fact that people want to learn online and internationally. So I'm delighted to hear both your and Kimberly's comment. I do believe that the ability to draw interest and commitment, it depends on the manner of communication. And if I've taught, I'm teaching a student right now in Auckland, and I have no problem whatsoever in getting any kind, commitment and engagement from him. So I think the same is happening in Hong Kong, where I've met with students, but I've had the opportunity of meeting these students. The one in Auckland I've never met in my life. So I'm pretty sure that that online education is a kind of democratization, where you don't have to pay an expensive air ticket. You don't have to work to pay your. I know I have a couple of cousins who studied in the United States and loved it, but they had to do working part-time to pay for their expenses there. Their college fees were paid for by their parents. So that kind of thing, when you think of it, it is online is, in my opinion, the future. But hey, I'm just gambling on that. I think that if you have a good teacher, you will find the communication and the engagement that is required for a course just as well as anything else, with the exception of medicine and engineering, where you need practical workshops.
Yeah, but you still limit your classes. In other words, you limit the amount of people. See, we do these educational programs all the time for our financial advisors. And I told Max we got to limit it to 12 people, because the real problem is you can do Zoom and you can have zillions of people on. But the real problem is that, like I said, that one-on-one, that being able to spend that time with that person gets eliminated. So even though theoretically, yeah, you could have 1,000 students in your class at Yale, practically, it's not going to work, because you're not going to be able to communicate effectively one-on-one. Just like this program we run, StreamYard, is limited to 10. And we had looked at Zoom, had unlimited, but I said, look, if we had unlimited people, then Sasha, when he raised his hands, would be 1 out of 1,000. We wouldn't even recognize the man from Russia. We got to hear what's going on in Russia, right? They're a country too.
Yes, we are going to discuss that in a moment, but I would like to say that I think Willie and actually all of us are missing very important point of online education. And that important point is that it almost eliminates things like sexual harassment and sexual advances and all other horrible things. So you are free, and everybody's happy, the students and teachers and everybody else. So that's very, very important issue. It should not be overlooked. So, but yes, the distance education has its drawbacks, and we're all well aware of it. But there are certain advantages, and this is one, and maybe important one, right? Think about it, okay. Although Nick, your job was.
By the way, what you're saying is very important. For one of our educational programs we were doing, because we have online and I've taught also not online at Northeastern. I teach online, but then there's some classes we do face to face. So I happen to read the whole faculty manual at Yale. Okay, it was one of the things I had to look at. Do you know throughout the whole faculty manual, there's page and page and page after the issue of sexual harassment? Believe it or not. I mean, and Dr. Snyder would know better than I, but it was like huge issue. In other words, the student teacher engagement and in online classes, you know, like theoretically, again, it could exist, but I never got a manual at Northeastern about that, so maybe not. Yes, Aneta.
But online,
yes.
there's a paper trail, so-called, so you have to be careful. Online.
Theoretically, it could be done, but not practically.
So actually, to the point of sexual harassment, I would like to challenge that point. I think when it comes to physical violence, yes, definitely, if you don't have in-person interactions, there would be much less opportunities for that. But from what we know on research about like bullying kids at school, these days most of the violence actually happens online, and kids at the younger ages actually where they're bullied the most is online after they come home, and like that violence actually never stops, because before it used to be the case that, you know, a kid would go to school, maybe would be bullied, and then the home is a safe space. And these days, actually, because of the internet connections, like this problem is persistent also after school. So in terms of sexual harassment, I feel like, yes, like in terms of physical interactions, there is less opportunity for that. But I haven't seen any research saying that maybe verbal violence or, you know, other forms.
You're right. There could be cyberbullying, but see, I actually have a solution for that. It'll take a little training, but let me show you what the solution is. So Alexander Starr is bullying online. I have a solution for it. Now watch this real carefully. It's solved. You know, you just basically have to get rid of them. You know, but the thing is, it is an issue, and it's something that actually does have to be addressed. There is the potential for cyberbullying, and like I said, there's still a potential for it. It's just not as a great as potential because physically, the physical aspects have been eliminated. Yes, you teach online.
Sexual harassment. I think that was the key point on this, which I've witnessed and experienced a lot in majority of my 40-year career. So what I would like to suggest is, you know, just always hold your ground, stand on your convictions, and will this change? I don't know when. I mean, you know, women, what year did we start to get to vote in this country, right? It was a long time. And then they put, you know, polling taxes. So it made it difficult for us. And then they added education. You had to pass a test to be able to vote. And even today, I found out in 2018, the Native American Indians, they have to push really, really hard to be able to allow some of the Native American Indians in our own country to vote. So women are still put back. And when you talk about sexual harassment, you know, it's just going to exist. It's the nature of a lot of beasts out there. Unfortunately, you know, there are more better guys than there are, or women than there are people who think that way. But unfortunately, some of these people, they make it very high up on the totem poles. Watch the recent documentary on Bill Clinton. You know, that to me is a story of all times of he would never call it sexual harassment, of course, but to me it was not just about somebody who committed this kind of thing at work and in front of the world, but then couldn't admit to it. But then when he did, the whole world forgave him. So and this is where I you know, different part of the story where, you know, men and women are treated different. But the cyberbullying, you know, all of this still exists, and sexual harassment, all of this still exists. I work on a team to, and I kind of pulled away from it for a while, but where we were working on preventing cyber stalking, on preying on young women. And so there's a lot going out there. Just stand up for your rights. Don't ever be afraid. And no matter what country, just be careful, because some countries, they're not, you know, that
Oh
they're
yeah, they have different
yeah,
policies.
so just be careful about what country we're in.
Oh, Rakesh has something from.
Just a quick case in point. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez spoke about her treatment at the hands of Ted Yoho, and she did mention how even in a bus people would airdrop nasty photos to a young woman, and so that thing is very much there. You can't change human things unless you punish them thoroughly, and I think technology will evolve to the point that we can identify, trace, and punish these people. I'm pretty sure that will happen. Nick, countering to your point about limiting the size of the classroom, you just increase the number of teachers. Because you have a platform which has a huge number of teachers, you have a huge number of students.
But then here's the problem, which I think Professor Snyder is going to say. Then the thing is the quality of the teacher may end up going down, and I say may because after a while you start losing you only have so many A teachers to go around. Then you're going to have to go down if you're going to increase your classes to B teachers. If you keep doing that, you start diluting the brand, and they go, well, why don't I just go to another school? Why should I go to Yale if I'm getting
in a brick and mortar university that you have B quality teachers even in a brick and mortar university.
But Nick, if what you're saying is correct, then going to a brick and mortar university is really only for the prestige of saying, "Hey, I went to the brick and mortar university," as opposed to doing it online. But let me just say something about the sexual harassment stuff that was talked about previously. I think we run a real risk today, where if I was to say to Aneta, "Hey, Aneta, I'm in your part of town. Let's go have a beer," that might come across as being, am I asking her out on a date? Am I just asking her out, as a friend? What is it that I'm doing? Whereas if I ask Ben over in the UK, "Hey, I'm over in the UK. Let's go have a beer," there's not going to be any question that, hey, it's just let's go have a beer. And I think that what we're seeing is that there's a lot of people who are in millennials and even some of the Gen Zs who are really nervous between the genders of actually just sometimes where there's actually no, untoward or even sexual attraction or romantic attraction between them, where it's just hey, we're all going out for dinner, we're all going out for lunch, do you want to join us? Where they're getting very nervous about, could this be deemed sexual harassment? Could I get in trouble for this later? That is something that I think could be a real problem. Even worse than that, though, is if it's generally guys that ask girls out. If a guy asks a girl out, once upon a time, the girl could just say, "Hey, I'm really flattered, but sorry, no, I've got a boyfriend," or, you're not quite my type, or whatever it is. Now, we sort of have a situation where I think there's a lot of young guys, 20, 25 years old, younger, who feel as though, hey, look, if I ask this girl out, I'm putting myself not just at risk that she might say no, because we all go through that in high school. You're like, "Oh, I'm going to ask this girl out to the prom and she's going to say no and be so embarrassed." Guys go through that in high school. But when you get to college and university, you're like, "Oh, if I ask this girl out, not only do I run the risk of her saying no and being embarrassed, but I might also be accused of sexual harassment just simply because I expressed an interest in her." And I think that's a problem that not every single advance towards a female is sexual harassment. Sometimes it's polite and it's meant, gently, and hey, if you say no, fair enough.
Professor Snyder, response.
So, as always, so much fun to hang out with you guys. In terms of the sexual harassment thing, I'll tell you one story that from Yale, and I'm probably going to get myself in trouble because somebody might be able to match it up to the actual case. But we have several offsites in Connecticut, and at the end of the day, one coworker asked another coworker, "Would you like to get a ride back to the main campus?" And the person said, "No, I'll take the shuttle." That should have been the end of it, but it was the guy doing the asking. He persisted and said, "No, why don't you just, get a ride with me?" That second time got him into trouble. But I did want to offer my takeaways, if I could, to the group on higher education. It turns out that Aneta and I have a team meeting at the hour. We have to get ready for that. We're working on my course, which is going to be online. I found this discussion very helpful and clarifying. I think that online is going to go forward. I don't know if it's the future. It's a big part of the future. And I thought Kimberly's comments about it and Shakeel's sort of interest in a PhD sort of solidified, it has huge advantages for people who already have careers and families. They might want to do something part-time, et cetera, much lower cost, quality is getting better, and so however, I think it's pretty clear that there's some people who are still going to want to have the community face-to-face component probably earlier in their careers. So college can pull it off, but I think we're going to see some kind of emergence, a mix of the two to match up to profiles. And I think the bottom line is it's good. And I think Kimberly's point about access, that's the umbrella that your comments, Kimberly, usually get put under. This is going to improve and increase access. And so I think it's going to be a mix. It's going to be interesting. So with that, I need to sign off and get ready for teaching. But thank you again. I look forward to our next discussion. And again, thanks very much.
Professor, how do I register to take your course?
You have to.
Take the course. I've done this before. I've just sat in and taken courses before. Do you have to register with Yale to do that?
I think you need to follow up with Aneta, who did some research. She's in New Haven. I'm in Cape Cod, but she's done some research on it. She's also going to be one of 2 teaching assistants. So I think she's your gateway.
Okay. Here's my email, Aneta. Please, I want to. If anything, I would love to. If I have to register with Yale, but I would love to sit in on your course.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. Let's stay in touch.
I just have a question. What do you teach? What's your course that you teach, Professor?
Okay. All right. What I'm really excited about the course. There are 2 sections, by the way. One is a section for students from all over the world. We've got 200 applicants from 25 schools. The other section is for students from Yale, including Yale College, Yale Law School, the Environmental School, etc. The course itself is Economic Analysis of High-Tech Industry. And we're looking at 3 regions, China, Europe, and the US, and 4 particular high-tech industries, ride-sharing, video streaming, e-commerce, and payment systems. And we're also trying to figure out the implication of 5G for all of the above.
Right.
That's why I want to take this course.
I can see that. That's a very forward-looking course.
Why I want to.
Professor Snyder, you know that just like I am to David K. Johnson, who I have the utmost respect for, don't tell him I said that, I am going to send you some obnoxious emails arguing monetarist versus fiscal economic theory, because, now I know you went to the Chicago school. I have no choice. I have to. I live and breathe this stuff.
Yeah, when I took monetary economics at University of Chicago, I thought I knew what was going on. I have no idea what's going on. It's so hard.
Neither does the other economists. That's why we study these subjects, because we can never be wrong. We don't need to prove that we're right. It's just that we can never be wrong. It's perfect.
On the one hand, on the other hand.
Yeah, no.
The more I learn, the less I.
Looking.
The more I learn that there's the less I know. So, every time I take a class, I learn more and realize I didn't know as much as I thought. So I'm excited. Let me take this. I'm excited.
Yeah, and payments is a big industry. People have no idea how big payments is, but the fintech is huge. And we have somebody who is on fintech, and we started off several years going to those shows. They're really great. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you again. Thank you, Aneta. I got to go back to work.
See you, Aneta.
And Sharif shows up from Malaysia. You know why everybody else. Sharif, how are we doing in the great Kuala Lumpur?
Okay, Kuala Lumpur. I want to say yes, good, but there is something that I think Malaysia also learning from IBM TV. I think last day I saw that many of the people, they are actually penalized thousand of ringgit only because they do not wearing mask. So this is the problem in Malaysia right now. But yes, government trying their level best to teach people that how they have to follow the SOP and everything. A little bit of increasing COVID-19 situations. Other than that, I think that 125 people died in Malaysia. Economy step by step. Even today, I visited few of the corporations, Sunway Group. I visit, and I find that everything step by step moving forward. Economy trying to be adapted with the present situations, but definitely there are some of the economical aspect. I find that some of the tuition centers, even example, different kind of conference related activities. Restaurant business, tourism business, they are actually getting affected in these situations. So if people can come to Malaysia like 6 months before, then they can overcome from this situation. Other than that, government, I want to say, and the local corporations and the policymaker, they're trying their level best to overcome from these situations. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm just going to take a little break because we're at the hour. For those people who have just joined us, we have Kim Calhoun, who sits on the board at North Carolina State Computer Science. We have Rakesh, who's actually an educator, does online education from Hong Kong, but used to live in New Zealand, goes back and forth. Shakeel, who's actually from Sydney, Perth, Australia, but actually lives in Sydney because he's been COVID-19 on the other side of the coast. Alexander Starr from Russia, who's our star, who also runs our show, Chess Stars, and our investment show on Wednesday from actually Russia, and now lives in Toronto. And then Ben Coates from the United Kingdom, otherwise known as Great Britain, for all the lesser ones that are here that we used to be their colonies, and the last colony is Malaysia. But he doesn't live in Kuala Lumpur. You live somewhere else in Malaysia.
Malaysia. No, I live in a strategic position, Subang Jaya. Like in 20 minutes, I can go Putrajaya, I can go Cyberjaya, and I can go Kuala Lumpur. Here, transportation and everything good. Subang Jaya is a strategic place. Like, right. Let's say University of Malaya is not so far from here. Let's say I said that MIT has a campus in Malaysia. It's not so far from here, and corporate and everything is near this place. So like Sunway Group, they have a very good smart city. It's not so far from here. Actually, Malaysia is beautiful. I should invite all of my friends. Even I think next week Malaysian people will interact with you.
Aren't we doing a special next week with you on Tuesday on Malaysia?
No, Sunday. Sorry,
it's Sunday. Sunday.
Yes.
Sunday. At what time? Tell us a little bit about the show that's coming up Sunday.
Yes. Basically, in these sessions, I will introduce IBM TV. Even already, I try to promote in between my community. So you can see this WT forum, World Talent Economy Forum. Here, actually, different countries people, they already joining theirs. People from around the world, they are joining there. So IBM TV, I know you have a very good visions. You have a very specific point of view, which is very much relevant in COVID-19 situations. So I will introduce your team. So if anyone want to join, I want to invite them, and hopefully it will be very enjoyable and a very interesting session, because big professors like you and Kimberly's and they're joining. So hopefully it will be very interesting session. And yes, there are many organizations, university, governments, policymakers, they're already in between my community. So hopefully they will enjoy. They're waiting for your team.
That's Sunday at 9 o'clock Malaysian time?
Malaysian time.
So I have to get my translator to translate it into what it is our time.
I want to invite the board. I'm sure that he will be very, grateful for any of us to join in on his shows as we move forward. Also, the viewers, please make sure you dial in and engage. Feel free to ask questions, because let me ask you, where else are you going to be able to sit down for free and ask questions with some of the world's leading experts? And as I always say, education is valuable. It's very valuable, right? Experience is very expensive. Every one of these entrepreneurs are going to tell you experience can be very expensive, but other people's experience is priceless.
Okay. Other
people's experience.
Just very quickly, because Ben has had his hand up for a while.
Oh, Ben.
So Nick introduced us all. Forgot to introduce himself, so that's okay. We know Nick's the least important, so that's great. Ben, could you please, to our American friends, could you please introduce yourself? That's excellent. We're so happy with that. Could you please explain the difference to our American friends between the UK and Great Britain? Because he seems to think that they're the same thing, and it's quite disconcerting. It's like him trying to tell everybody I'm from Sydney when I'm actually from Perth. But if he ever comes to Perth, the West Australians are not going to be happy. The West Coast of Australia is not like the West Coast of the US. You know, we're a little bit more kind of, what did you say?
the United. I mean, to be fair, Shakeel, I don't really think the viewers need educating. I think it's just more Nick, really. This is for, so it seems a bit, personal between me and Nick here. But Great Britain is the mainland, and that is England, Scotland, and Wales, and the United Kingdom includes Northern Ireland. So we'll keep it quite as simple as that. But where's my hand?
Against their will.
Well, you say that.
We include them whether they want it or not.
It's a bit up in the air, that is, as you know, over about the last 30 years or something. I mean, we'll leave it at that. I think it's an argument that is well left alone to the politicians. Of course, it's commercialisation and interest, of course, as we all know, which is what everything is about. But I just wanted, the reason why I had my hand up actually was Rakesh. I wanted to come back to yourself regarding education and teachers. Is it not the perfect time to show diversity properly rather than in a tokenism way? Is it not the ideal time to invest in find out who the good teachers are, rather than who the good teachers are from a specific country that you live in? And are we not getting into a position now where this will actually help the education system? I mean, if I'm honest, from my experience, it's probably there's like diversity in teaching. Certainly in the UK, I think it does. I don't think that would be a point that wouldn't be argued against. But again, what we've got to be careful of course, is tokenism. We just don't want people in positions because they are from a certain area. We want people in a certain position because they're good at what they do.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah. Well,
very true. I found that with I had teachers from South Africa, from New Zealand, and now I'm planning to have teachers from India also teaching STEM into New Zealand. And so I'm just looking from, to find a person, the best that I can find anywhere in the world on my platforms, because that adds value to my platform. It adds value to my students and value to the teacher, because he's an alternative source of income for the teacher, superior quality of education for the student. The brand name of the platform is augmented. That's I see it as a win-win, but I know it's going to take a little bit of time.
Because we have to be slightly careful, Rakesh, is that if like the languages and things, we do need an English person, but we have to be wary because English people, can be the family background from different countries, so we do have to be careful pigeonholing people out. But your main language, to teach English, your main language should be English. To teach Dutch, your main language should be Dutch. So we have to be careful with that. But certainly the open areas, so the science, the history, the geography. I think in education, you have to teach English history from the English point of view, rather than teaching history, say, from Cherie's point of view or from your point of view, and getting different aspects. So, again, it can't be tokenism, diversity. It has to be proper diversity, and we have to learn. I think that would set the world up better, wouldn't it?
which is why I've restricted myself to science and math and English.
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, things that are quantifiable as opposed to things that are not so quantifiable. So just to do brief introductions, we have Ben Coates from the United Kingdom, Great Britain, which is not the same. We learned Alexander Starr from Russia, but lives in the United States, who runs 2 of our TV shows. Just Stars had a great show this Saturday, and also runs Investing with Alexander Starr. Sharif from Malaysia, who's a PhD scholar in Malaysia. We're going to have some specials on Malaysia. Willie Hill from Australia, runs Startup Australia, has over 10,000 people in his Startup Australia. Rakesh, who runs education out of Hong Kong, and Roberto Soprano, who's an attorney in Italy. Welcome to the show. And one thing that excited us when part of our 10 business topics we're going to discuss is the tech companies that recently went before Congress of the United States of America. And these are like 4 or 5 tech companies that have over $1 trillion in assets each. These are companies such as Amazon, Alphabet, which owns Google, Facebook, and these people all went before Congress, and there was some very interesting conversation about these tech companies and the amount of economic power that they have over, frankly, everything. For example, YouTube's owned by Google. It looks like TikTok is going to be sold, at least the U.S. division, to Microsoft. And the tech company's dominance and whether or not the things that violates the antitrust rules of the United States, but also they have antitrust rules over in Europe. And so, Roberto, what's the commentary over there about these 5 tech giants that purportedly can smash people out financially around the world?
Well, they can actually, and they are actually, to be honest. It was kind. I mean, the hearing, the Congress hearing, was kind of very interesting on one side, very boring on the other side, because somebody mistook the hearing, instead of an antitrust hearing, as some partisan or whatever discussion about the tech company having some kind of dealing with China. And actually, I heard more concerns about, especially from the Republicans, more from on the side that Alphabet was dealing somehow with China, instead of understanding that Amazon basically is dominating the market, the e-commerce market. But I mean, I think that we have neglected or been colored years in the last 10 to 15 years in applying the antitrust rules, and now we have these huge companies which are basically monopolizing most part of the market. Although Bezos, one of the funniest things actually of the hearing was that when Bezos he had problems to connect with the Congress. So one of the most technological companies in the world has problems to connect. And the other thing was when Bezos was claiming that, well, there is a very high and aggressive competition in the e-commerce market, and Amazon is not even around 48% of the market. Which is fun, because, I mean, yes, they are only maybe 48% of the market. The other problem is that 1 million companies own the other 52%. So they are somehow they are somehow monopolizing the market, as Alphabet is doing, right, and as Facebook is doing. The problem is that I mean, as for other things, we can speak a lot about antitrust, what antitrust is, and what competition law is, and whatever. But we should also remember when and why antitrust rules, and why actually antitrust is called antitrust, and why those 2 rules have been introduced both in the US and in Europe. Because otherwise, it's only a discussion about who is too big, who is not too big, who is doing what on the market. antitrust rules. I mean, the word antitrust is basically a media slogan which was invented at the end of the 18th century to indicate that there was a law against the robber barons, which were basically governing markets using trusts, the trusts agreement, and so the idea was to have different companies which were competing not only from a price point of view, but also from a quality point of view, the product point of view. Nowadays, if we go to, I mean, we have a lot of, in Europe, it's another story. In Europe, the idea in Europe and Japan, actually, the first law enacted in Japan after World War II was the antitrust. What by the Americans was the antitrust, was a competition law, and which dismembered the famous Zeitbatz or Keiretsu. I never can. Which were these big groups of companies which were actually Keiretsu exactly, and in Europe the concerns in Germany, which everybody thought were one of the reasons of World War II. So the idea was, let's have a competition, let's have as much possible as much companies possible on the market so they can compete, and competition is not about the price, competition is about quality.
Yeah, and one problem that we're having in media, in case you don't know that's the reason I've followed the antitrust. It's mainly IBM TV's position versus the media. Apple jumped into Apple TV, and their goal is to push Apple TV. Amazon pushes Amazon Prime. YouTube pushes now YouTube TV, which is, but they also, Google owns them. So what we've seen is Amazon has jumped into media, Apple's jumped into media, Google's already in media, and now Microsoft looks like they're going to buy TikTok. And so what we've seen in media is the tech giants are going to come in and basically they're going to push they'll push people out the door, because let me tell you, the money makes a big difference in media. And frankly, and you know also, Roberto, since you're an attorney, it makes a big difference in what you can do in the legal system. In other words, if you want to use your monopoly, you just file those suits, buddy, and quash the competition. I mean, that can happen. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go on, Shakeel.
Yeah. Sorry, Nick and Roberto. Sorry, I wasn't aware you were an attorney. Look, these anti-monopoly rules, which require government to intervene in order to inject competition into a market, I understand them in theory, but sometimes things that sound good in theory aren't necessarily good in reality. Please tell me, even if we were to talk about Standard Oil, if we're going to talk about the robber barons, these industrialists that did all these terrible, horrible things, please tell me one time throughout history where a monopoly has ever been allowed to exist for any substantial length of time without government intervention to keep them there. Without the government allowing it, competition allows. Competition comes into that market every single time. It's only because of lobby groups that lobby government to cause regulations. We saw this with the rail industry back in the day. We saw this with the ICC back in the 40s and 50s and 60s, in the United States. We've seen this throughout history, but without government intervention, without government having the power to preference one group over the other, competition by itself, generally speaking, will always displace a monopoly. If there is an example in history that is not the case, please tell me.
I mean, I fully agree. You exactly got the point, and actually, it's even worse than. It's even worse because what happened? Well, you made some very good examples, but the real outcome in the last 15 to 20 years of at least also the U.S. Antitrust or competition policy is create very strong oligopolies, and which is even worse than having a monopoly, because you think you have competition, and you don't. And yes, actually monopoly has been somehow always advocated by the state, whether it's the central state in Italy or and in some cases, for example, in railway, there was this huge discussion in the UK that they needed to have liberalization in the rail sector. And I mean, everybody who knows Great Britain and who has been on a train in Great Britain knows that this has been the worst possible idea. I mean, I remember when I was younger, at least Maggie Thatcher was already there, but when British Rail was British Rail, it wasn't perfect. Maybe it was, but it was cheaper. You could go everywhere in Great Britain with a train. Nowadays, there are places like Northern Rail which had to be bailed out by the state, which had delays up to 50% of 90% of the travels had delays up to 50% of the time. So I mean, it's Northern Rail. I mean, I don't want to say anything about how big is Britain, but Northern Rail is basically Newcastle and Sunderland and another couple of places. It's not that you're traveling from New York to Los Angeles that you can have. I mean, you have kilometers and kilometers of railroad, and they can be late, and yet it was one of the biggest mistake ever. So I don't know if sometimes competition is the best answer. I agree that competition has been advocated and is something which is decided by the state. And what I actually think the big mistake which has been done in Europe, especially, is that we actually created the European Commission by with the merger control procedure, created very, very, very strong oligopolies in some of the upstream markets, where, by the way, no European company is party to. We have a lot of, like, in the chemical sector, mining. I mean, there are a lot of key markets, raw materials and whatever, where you have three, four companies which are basically ruling the market, ruling everything from up to downstream, and we have no European player. And the other crazy thing is that they still speak about we are saving competition by doing what? By having stronger. I mean, by having three guys from Korea, Japan, and US, which are basically making our hostage Europe of. And deciding where the market has to go and where the market has not to go. So, and the only problem with
this is the big problem with the United States and with most other developed countries. It's a big problem with Australia. It's a big problem with New Zealand, around the Western world. I made a comment. It was a private comment that in our private chat between us. I made a comment before, which I'll reveal to the public now. The thing about immigrants to any nation, within reason, is that immigrants tend to do better than the people that were actually born in that country. And I think that there's a very important reason why that happens. There's many different theories as to why that happens. But I think one of the reasons why is because they get there, they see the opportunity, and they just go for it. Whereas people who are born in the country feel very constrained. Now, I am testament to that because I feel very constrained in Australia, hence the reason why I left. If it wasn't for COVID, I wouldn't be here. I would be either in Switzerland or the United States, or more than likely transiting between the two countries, because I feel as though I have many more opportunities in those two countries than I have in my own. But I also feel that an immigrant that came to Australia would have certain opportunities that I wouldn't. And That, I think, is a big problem, because what we are seeing is government regulations that are often so complex that people who live in that country, who are born in that country, just simply aren't able to navigate their way around these regulations. And that's a huge issue. You know, we need to start being able to do not just good for ourselves, but before we go to countries like Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a wealthy enough country, right? We get a lot of clothes and textiles and stuff from them, but Bangladesh in and of itself is a wealthy enough country. The Eastern European countries, they are wealthy enough countries. They can do it. But unfortunately, the people that are born there, that live there, they don't see the opportunities, and they often don't have the opportunities. And so a foreigner has to come in. Now, I hope you don't mind me saying this, Willie. I know because of because of my knowledge of Willie, that he actually comes from Fiji, as does my family. Okay, our families are much more prosperous in Australia, in New Zealand, in the United States, and in Canada, and everywhere else where my family is. And I assume, Willie, that your family has spread across the world the same as mine have. We've been much more prosperous moving over to other countries than what we have been in our own. But we haven't done anything different when we got to those countries. We did the same things. We set up a little corner shop and sold tubs of yogurt for $1 and milk for $2, and that's how we got there. We sent our kids to school and et cetera, and I'm the product of that. So it's often immigrants coming to a country that can see opportunities and go for it. Whereas when you actually look at people who are born in a country, they often just don't see the potential that their own country has, or they feel as though they're held back, especially because of government regulation. Rakesh, over to you.
Yes.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, because I'm myself an immigrant into New Zealand. I just took whatever job I could get and then made the best of it, So it's you just have to prove yourself, because when you're in a new country. So I totally agree with you. The point the reason why I put up my hand was that when I listened to the entire hearing of the 4 mega giants, cyber giants that went before Congress, and
life. You listen to the entire hearing.
The entire hearing.
Oh, wow.
Live. Yeah, I did that because I was particularly interested in Amazon, because I wanted to hear what they did, having put both of my platforms on their cloud service, and it was quite interesting. But the point I want to make is that the Congress, the antitrust legislation was fundamentally, at least theoretically, meant to prevent detriment to the customer. And what these people were doing is, by sheer size, exercising economic power that was to the detriment of customers by reducing choice. Mm-hmm. So it's not so much to engender competition, but to prevent detriment. So if you had a company that was a monopoly but did not, and that's just a theoretical idea, did not work to the detriment of customers, he would not be in violation of antitrust laws. So it is
a benevolent despot. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so that kind of benevolent despot. I know it's a theoretical concept, right, but that was the key. The touchstone for antitrust legislation is to prevent detriment to the customer, because governments are supposed to, I put that supposed
it's not detriment to the cost, no harm to the customer, and no harm to technological development, which is the other face of the. I mean, those two things. I fully agree with you. Those two things are the basic of the real. Let's call it competition policy, because otherwise antitrust looks like it's I'm against somebody. I'm not against anybody. What I want. I mean, if there is a true competition policy, is that you should get as much choice as possible, and the competition should be on the value of the goods and of the services, and not only on the price. The problem is that everybody looks at the bottom line where there is the dollar, the euro, or the rupees, or whatever you want. The number at the bottom is always more important than what's over the bottom.
Roberto, can I say though, I had the great pleasure of going down to Monaco a couple of years ago, and I'd never been to Italy before, so I popped across to San Remo, and I promised myself I would only have one pizza, and I stayed at this hotel in San Remo, and I had a pizza and a bottle of wine. It was €10. And although I promised myself I would not have pizza the whole time I was there, or a spaghetti bolognese, I had pizza every single meal that I was there because it was absolutely fantastic. All right. Now, the reason I say that is not just to be funny, but let's just say, for example, that you link up with Willie and Sharif and Rakesh and Ben and Sasha and Nick, and you guys decide to set up your own pizza place, and you're going to monopolize the market. Right, everybody except for Sharif. Well, I'll include you, Sharif. Sharif, you're on my team. So I'll do Sharif. The rest of you guys, you all gang up. You set up this huge, big pizza place. Now, which place am I more likely to go to? Realistically, I'm probably more likely, unless I'm in a hurry, I'm more likely to go to Sharif's pizza place. Now, he can't make a pizza. He's from Malaysia. I think he's Indian, I'm not 100% sure, heritage-wise. But, you know, he has no idea. I'm going to get like a pizza vindaloo. It's going to be terrible. But I'm going to go over there, right? And I'm going to have his pizza, right? Because it's something unique. If you actually have a look, and Ben, you'll attest to this, I'm sure, in the United Kingdom, and I'm sure for those of you in the US, and Willie, you here in Australia, you'll attest to this. Where people really go to these days, they're not going to the big breweries. They're not going to the big wineries. They're going to that place where, hey, we're a microbrewery, and the only place that you can buy our beer is here. Like, we only sell it here. You come to us. Here's the big vats right over there. You know, you can watch them, and we're making our own beer right here. There's this uniqueness and this smallness to it. And that's the thing that kills monopoly. Because monopoly can do whatever it wants to do. I personally don't think it needs government intervention to force it to stop and to force competition into the market. What I personally believe, and I'm sure that many of you will not agree with this, but I personally believe that generally speaking, it's because of government lobbying and it's because of government regulations. That's what causes monopolies to occur in the first place. If you look at old comics from when the railway unions were, or not unions, but the railways in the United States were trying to sort of bully the US Congress, the old comics had sort of like octopus tentacles where there were trains and the tentacle would wrap around Congress, right, showing how powerful they were. So what happened? They had trucking. And then the ICC jumped into that. It was the same thing. Competition is always able to enter the market against a monopoly, but for, in my personal opinion, government intervention that forces a monopoly to be allowed to stay or forces competition out. Without government intervention, that does not happen.
I think you're right. Just come back to the brewing industry there.
Well, you created a firestorm here, Shakeel. We'll start with Ben Coates in the United Kingdom.
Ben Coates, can I just say, because nobody else has said it yet, Willie, just so you are aware, I have it on good authority that Ben is actually quite frightened of you because there's a really big bookmaker over there called William Hill, and I have it on very good authority that Ben Coates is a little bit worried about what bets you're going to take from him. I'm just so you're aware. So just be careful what you say back to Ben.
But yeah, Ben.
I may have paid William Hill's wages a few months in the past. But just going back to the brewing industry, Shakeel, you're spot on there. The biggest problem we have with the microbrewers at the moment, though, is that the monopolies are about to become to gain their status back not because the microbrewers are going to go out of business, but the growers are. And the biggest problem is that we've got fields and fields and fields of the ingredients that aren't being purchased because they set up the growing system for the microbrewers, and the microbrewers aren't brewing. So that's the biggest problem we've got in the UK at the moment. Is we really are suffering now that the ingredients are going to go amiss, and of course they won't come back. They don't just, when they go in the hops and the bar in the wheat, they don't come back instantly. Things like that. So we're in great danger at the moment of losing the microbrewery system. It's quite scary because. So go on, Robert. Sorry, Roberto.
No, John, was microbrewers. I mean, the biggest brewer right now. I mean, the company who has the biggest value, the beer company, which is the brewing company, which is it's one of the it's a unicorn basically. It's called Dog Beer, and they actually pretend to be your microbrewer, which has it's worth 2.5 billion euros, and the funny thing is that they actually market the first round when you were investing in Dog Beer, which you find everywhere in the world now, and they were when you were investing in the first 3 rounds, you were not an investor, you were a punk investor against Heineken and the establishment. And now they get 1 billion from one of the KKR funds. So, I mean, it's what I'm trying to say is, it's true. There's always somebody who comes in the market, disrupts the market, and grows and can grow how much they want. Problem to me is that if we think about competition policy, and I understand. I mean, you say we don't need competition policy, but competition is something which is natural to the market. What I say is, yes, it's true, but in some cases, and that's what is happening from the tech companies. The antitrust rules and the market rules have been completely disrupted, and we have there's no mean, whether it's the government, the consumers, or anybody else, which can basically contain the power of these companies. As said before, the key of competition policy is the consumer, and in Europe we don't have monopolization. We have dominant position, and only the abuse of dominant position is sanctioned. And the idea of dominant position, the definition of a dominant position, is where your behavior becomes completely independent from your consumers. What's happening now for the big tech companies in like Facebook, Amazon, and so on. Not only they are completely independent from their customers. Sometimes we don't. For example, Google. We don't really understand what's the product of Google. The problem now is that they're not really independent. They try to influence consumers, and they try to basically. It's something more broader than only competition policy and antitrust. The pizza example is perfect. I mean, I understand it, and I would never go to a Pizza Hut. There's actually no Pizza Hut in Italy, luckily enough. But,
there's no Outback in Australia.
They have limits. They have limits. The Americans wouldn't dare.
Americans have just arrived.
Well, we have Starbucks, so we have Starbucks.
Okay, I'm just doing quick introductions. Kim Calhoun is, we're past the half hour. Kim Calhoun from the North Carolina State University Computer Science Board of Advisors. We have Ben Coates from the United Kingdom, Great Britain. We have Willie Hill from Australia, who runs Startup Australia, has about 10,000 members. Sharif is actually our educator from Malaysia, which we're doing a special show on Malaysia this Sunday, which is 9 o'clock our time. I think it's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock EST, 9 p.m. Malaysian time. Alexander Starr from Russia, who lives in Toronto, Canada. Roberto Soprano, who is actually an attorney fifth-generation attorney in Rome, Italy, part of Global Law, which has 4,000 attorneys in 76 countries. Shakeel Latimer, who runs a, what do they call a hedge fund out of Liechtenstein, who is 2 hedge funds out of Liechtenstein.
One's in Singapore, one's in Liechtenstein.
Singapore and Liechtenstein, and our special guest, of course, David K. Johnson, a Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestselling author, and we're discussing something that interesting that hit the United States this week was the hearings on the antitrust rules with the 4 of the biggest companies. They happen to all be American companies, by the way, okay, that have like trillion each. They had 5 trillion. So we had Amazon, we had the CEO of Facebook, we had the CEO of Alphabet, which is Google, and we was all on the panel.
Microsoft.
I thought it was Amazon, Alphabet, Facebook,
Apple.
Microsoft.
Apple.
Was Microsoft?
No, it was Tim Cook from Apple.
Oh, it's Tim Cook. You're right. Tim Cook from Apple.
And Apple. Okay, right. They were all on. I don't know if Microsoft was on. You know.
Can I please antagonize my favorite person who I love to antagonize the most, David K. Johnson, who actually, for those of you that weren't paying attention last week, and Jim Aid, who hasn't bothered to appear tonight, so from the Democratic Socialist Republic of San Francisco, who didn't bother to show up tonight.
He's not going to be here. That's a medical issue.
David J. Constant and myself and Jim Aid promised that they would wear red and I would wear blue. I did my part. I wore blue tonight. David K., I take it, Mr. Pulitzer Prize winner, you have now been converted and you're an Ayn Rand supporter.
Yeah.
He reads fiction all the time. But
yeah, but I'll tell you what, I would like to point out some things about Roberto's observations that I think are very important. Capitalism requires competition. The benefits of capitalism grow from competition. And when we have what Roberto was describing, companies that are, as he put it, independent. In America, we say they have market power. So even in a recession, they can raise prices and get away with it. That's as it creates deadweight drags on the economy. It makes the relative handful of people who are owners and executives much better off. They benefit greatly, but it does enormous damage to the rest of the economy. And it's unfortunate that we call it antitrust law. That's the result of the fact that American law in the 19th century said you could have one corporation for one purpose with a limited life. And a lawyer named Valentine in Ohio, working for John D. Rockefeller, came up with the idea of, well, you take all his different companies when he was creating Standard Oil, and you put them into this trust, and then you can manage them all through the trust, hence antitrust. We really should call it the laws of promoting business competition. And it's wonderful that you can go to Google and their algorithm will find all sorts of things for you right away, and you can buy things efficiently and have them brought to your door by Amazon. But without competition, the long-term effect is serious damage to the economy. And I think we need to seriously think about how do we do this. And one of the problems that Roberto touched on that I think is very true is we don't live in an agrarian economy, which we understand very well. We don't live anymore in an industrial economy, which we understood very well. We live in this digital economy, and it's going to require us to rethink rules on things like competition. After all, I want to send Kimberly a letter. I want her to be able to read it. So we have to have at least compatible software. If she uses Microsoft Word and I use Apple's Pages and somebody else uses, I don't know, the residue of Lotus Notes or ATEX or some other system, you need to be able to communicate with one another. So the issues are not as simple and cut and dried as they are when we're dealing with things like patent monopolies, other kinds of monopolies from the industrial era.
Yeah, and the thing is, here's what I find interesting, David, is that the United States FAANM, which stands for Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Netflix, and Microsoft, during the coronavirus, their stocks went up 35%. Okay, then, but now, and of course the market reflected that. But here's what's going on in the U.S. The U.S. GDP is down on an annualized basis, down 32%. We have 40 million evictions that are going to take place if the Congress doesn't get their act together. And Exxon and Chevron has lost billions. We have a very strange economy, which it seems to me that the Dow is being guided by these big five, fortunately all American companies. Not that I'm biased toward that, but they're all American companies, seriously, with trillions of dollars worth of assets. And what we also found out is the internet, which I thought was readily available in the United States. Apparently, there's been studies by Microsoft up to half or 162 million of the people in the United States do not have access to broadband internet. And I was like floored, because the minute they said, hey, we're going to move everybody online, and I thought, well, that's no problem. Everybody's online. Everybody has high-speed broadband. And they don't in the United States.
So if I can, Nick, two things about that. The 33% decline in GDP in the United States was over the period from the fall of 1929 until the end of 1932. So we're talking about 3 years and a couple of months. The 9.5% drop in the last 90 days, which works out to be a 33% annual rate, was in 3 months. This is disastrously worse than the Great Depression. And there are a number of economic measures indicating that the Great Recession of a little over a decade ago was in fact worse in many ways than the Great Depression. The average net worth of families headed by a male under the age of 35 has gone from growing and doing pretty well to gone. So that's one aspect of this. The second hold on, let me just finish. The second element of this, I think that's very important, is we need to rethink fundamentally GDP. I satirically wrote a piece once that said, look, if you want to stimulate the economy, let's assign every person in the United States randomly a worth number. And if you can kill that person, not get caught for 5 years and prove you're the one who killed them, you get this tax-free reward from the government, because it will stimulate all sorts of economic activity as people hire people to protect themselves, and police departments hire more people because if the cop catches you, he gets the reward. And, you know, I'm riffing a little off Swift about eating Irish children, but GDP is not a good measure. It counts destructive things as well as productive, beneficial things.
Mm-hmm.
David, let's go back to the first thing that you said, and I think it's an important talking point, really. Yeah, look, the Great Depression, depending on how you view it, probably was worse for the United States and the UK as well, for the world, than what we're going through right now. What we're going through right now was worse fiscally speaking. But, you know, Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell, who you said spoke in such circles you'd need to be drunk to keep up with him, which, as an Australian, I'm more than happy to do. I think it would be a fascinating conversation. You know, when you look at these guys and you look at what their theories were much based on monetarist theories. I assume that I'm assuming this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that you don't agree. I assume that you believe that fiscal policy is a better way of going about it. But even Ben Bernanke agreed finally and said to Milton Friedman, yes, Milton Friedman was correct. It was the Fed's fault that the Great Depression was as bad as it was. And if you have a look at what happened to the US Bank, you know, these are terrible circumstances that could have been avoided, but they weren't. And these weren't avoided because of actions from central banks, most especially the central banks in the States and, of course, the central bank of the Fed in New York. So when you make those statements, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's not a great situation. But is it going to be fiscal intervention that solves that, or is it going to be monetarist intervention that solves that? Now, I assume that you're going to say it's going to be fiscal, but could you understand why somebody might suggest, sure, actually it's a monetarist issue?
I think we're facing a real fundamental problem with the coronavirus. When people lived in an agricultural society, they could, in many ways, take care of themselves. And we had starvations from periodically, but people were able to subsist. We don't live in that environment anymore. Most people live in apartments or houses where they can't grow food if they, even assuming they had the skills to do so. And there's plenty of research by Tufts University's nutrition department that most people in America don't even know how to can food. So if you went out gleaning, they wouldn't know what to do with the fruit that wasn't harvested by the farmers and the orchardists. So we got a real problem here about what do you do to sustain people, and what do you do about landlords? August 24th is the date when the first evictions can occur. Of course, if you're a landlord and you need money to pay your mortgage, because most landlords are leveraged, and you throw people out, where are you going to find new tenants? Now, there's some wear and tear cost for your apartment. That's pretty small. And I wrote a column, it's a DC report that ran, I think, Friday, showing that the Republicans just threw the country off an economic cliff by not renewing and in some way changing, if they wanted, the program. We had to put money in the pockets of people. So small businesses are going to suffer, landlords are going to suffer. We're going to see increased demand at food banks. It's going to be a vicious cycle rather than, and I don't know how we get to a virtuous cycle until the coronavirus doesn't force many people to stay at home. Again, this is a problem I think we haven't thought well through in terms of what happens. And this is not the last, for the younger people in this room, this is not the last pandemic you're going to live through. So we really need to figure it out.
David, I believe I'm the youngest person in the room. I'm at least 9 months.
You're half my age.
I'm 9 months younger than Nick. So if actually Sharif might be about my age, actually, I'm not sure. But yeah, that all being said, how do we deal with this from a purely financial perspective, from a purely economic perspective, and you being somebody who there's a dog in the background of someone's mic.
I shut it off.
That you obviously are. I'm going to wait until he comes back now. You're obviously, given your red shirt, a great admirer of Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell. You obviously hadn't drunk enough before you saw him. So, how do we best deal with the situation that we've got? Is it a fiscal response, or is it a monetarist response? Yes. Is it having central banks? Is it having the Treasury push more money into the economy through fiscal means, or is it through monetarist means? What do you think is likely to result in the best result? Now, I say that with the precursor or the postcursor that didn't really work that well in the Great Depression. It didn't work that well during the Asian currency crisis. When they used fiscal theories to try to rectify these issues, they didn't work as well as they'd have hoped. So is there something to be said for going down the purely monetarist theory of expanding the monetary system, of expanding not just M1, but let's go to M2 and M3. Let's expand the amount of money in the system and see what effect that has, rather than direct intervention to individuals.
Yes, Roberto.
Shakeel, you can't. I mean, it's in theory everything is nice, but the problem is that you need an answer now. The idea of having a fiscal, some kind of fiscal measures is to try to find something a solution in the short term. To have an effect on a monetary policy, and the problem, for example, is in Europe you can't do it. Is that you need more time, and we don't have the time. There will be jobs which are gone already now and will never be recovered. And there is another problem, which is a big difference from this crisis as to the Great Depression. In the Great Depression, you could basically having a huge amount of infrastructure works to do in the US, you could convert a lot of people from the rural work to construction work. Nowadays, you can't, I mean, those jobs you're going to lose cannot be converted in new jobs, because in these new jobs, in this new working for Amazon, working for Apple, working for whoever these big companies are, needs also education, which part of the population won't have because they are either too lazy or too old, or they have problems, or they have no access to this kind of instruction and education. So, I mean, the problem is, I do think that I agree that fiscal policies are usually only good in a very short term, but it's the only way you can answer to problems which you have now. And I mean, problem is that we have to kickstart the economy now. We can't wait until 2021. If we do,
Roberto, we in America, we have lots of infrastructure needs that we can fulfill. Shakeel, hold on just a second. He's got me up. Roberto, in America, we have enormous infrastructure needs that could be fulfilled by people who don't have particularly high educations. Potholed highways that are just a mess, bridges and roads, a lot of work with concrete and asphalt. And so there actually is a distinct possibility of helping with the economy in that area, but we also need to invest in science and research and, funding scientific research and getting people to be more educated.
David, you've had those problems that you just mentioned, such as potholes. You've had those problems for years. Those problems haven't just come about since the coronavirus tragedy. Right? But just to go back to Roberto,
Malaysia handling this, because here's the problem I have, David and Shakeel. The United States, I think, just really screwed this one up big time. We have 150,000 on a population of 300 million. Malaysia has 123 deaths. Every time I bring this up to somebody in America, they go, oh, "You're kidding me. How could Malaysia only have 123 deaths? We have 150,000. So, I said, you got to look at some of these other countries. Japan controlled their coronavirus. New Zealand did. Australia did.
Iceland had never shut down a school.
United States, we went off the rail. So my question to you, Sharif, what is Malaysia doing on their economy? We know we're messed up. What are you guys doing there? Because maybe you guys are the leaders.
Sharif, sorry. Just before you answer that, I have to say it again, and I know how much the very few Americans we have amongst us hate it when I say this. Oh, America messed up. Oh, it's so terrible. Nick, really? Really? We have a worldwide calamity. Like, if you're into S&M, okay, if you've been reading 50 Shades of Shaq, okay, I can come back over to North Carolina and beat you up if that's really what you want, okay? But please don't do it to yourself. It's more fun if one of us do it, okay? Stop beating yourselves up. We're all having a hard time. I can't even. Willie lives a 10-hour drive from me. I can't go and see him because I can't cross the border, because down in Melbourne they've had a new increase in coronavirus. So look, I know you guys love to hate yourselves, right? I don't know whether it's like the bad porn you get over there, or it's like the bad S&M books, or whatever it is. But like, it's okay, America. Like we promise, like we're your allies. Okay, we love you guys. Could you love yourselves as much as we love you? Could you at least try to love yourselves as much as we love you?
Shakeel, am I allowed to criticize as Canadian? Am I allowed to criticize US or not?
You can do whatever.
I need your permission, Shakeel, because if you tell me not, I will.
America,
Sorry?
I feel like the abused child. Sharif, go ahead and answer.
Yes.
the question.
Yeah,
I
please,
want to
Sharif.
see what's going on in Malaysia.
Okay,
and why
okay.
you can survive.
Yes, yes. For economic point of view, one thing I just want to share, because I come here in Malaysia, I want to agree with Mr. David, because 5 years ago I come to Malaysia. I can play as a neutral player. I do not have I'm not biased about Malaysia. But one thing I can say, like in Malaysia, if you focus on the economy and other things, you find that Malaysia is a very good universities and the knowledgeable hub. They are developing. So what they are doing a lot of research. They are developing entrepreneurs. They are trying to bringing all of the technology and the technology giant in Malaysia. They try to learn from them, as well as they are trying their own economy. Let's say, example, microfinance. I just want to focus on microfinance. From the microfinance, let's say from Bangladesh, they're bringing this microfinance in Malaysia. And with their Islamic finance, they integrated together, and very small amount of interest, even is lower than Bangladesh, they develop Bank Amana. So with this Bank Amana, actually, with women entrepreneurships, with the collaboration of lot of activities, they're developing step by step their economy. In this pandemic situations, actually Malaysia getting their benefit from the research, from their diversified knowledge, and not only diversified knowledge, they are trying to developing their economy with their own way. You can find Malaysian economy is very much diversified. They have natural resources. They are developing real estate and this kind of industry with the collaboration of China. A lot of construction, very good construction Malaysia has. They have tourism industry. They're developing educational hub, as well as their healthcare system. Last few years, actually, long time Malaysia actually developing. So all of their expert, let's say professional people, they go to Europe, they go to USA, and they learn from them and they back. And especially strategic point of view, strategic country policy, strategic point of view, they following Japan. So yes, let's say Mahathir Mohamad, he is a big fan of Japan, and like Malaysia actually respect the economical point of view of Japan. With these things, I think still Malaysia and local corporations and all of the things, all of the players and their policymakers, they believe in between 6 months, they will overcome from these situations. And it's possible, because today I visit a smart city, all projects. I saw how people are joining, they're coming, they're buying products, many things happening. It's practically possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it seems to me that you're doing a good job over there in containing coronavirus. And Shakeel, I just look at the raw numbers, and the Americans don't recognize Malaysia as far as they're concerned, not a country. So the minute I bring up Malaysia, it's almost like, and I don't know if David sees this, Malaysia, who's that? What's that? Is that a football team? No, it's a country. It's over there. They have 30 million people with 123 deaths. We have 300 million with 150,000 deaths. And then we're going to do experiments. Why are we doing experiments when on our kids? This is going to be the latest and greatest stupidity. We'll throw them all in a petri dish and watch them all catch coronavirus and send it to their parents. I believe the U.S., even though I don't like to beat them up. Remember, I'm all in favor of having the 5 major tech companies come from the United States. But what I'm not in favor of is having 150,000 people die needlessly because we're not wearing masks. We're not social distancing. We don't take this seriously. There are too many people out there going, my rats. I'm losing my rats. And we have extremely poor leadership. And not just poor leadership, extremely poor leadership at the national and many state levels. Nobody's out kicking people's tails. If you want to corral this, you have to unfortunately do what they do in Malaysia and what you do down under. And the only reason Melbourne is picking up again is they go, oh, we can go back out again. You can't go back out again until you got a bloody vaccine. So you got to wait for 6 months, get real, Get over it.
And I agree and disagree on that, Nick. And the reason is that all of these years we'll get over an epidemic, and it's when we get control over it. And most of the time, I think it's when we find a good treatment and we're comfortable with the treatment, and we know that we can save more lives than we lose. So not every disease have we found a vaccine for. I think what we need to do is learn how to live among the creature that is attacking us. But this time, we don't stop learning how to live among the creature. We don't move on and go, "Whew, okay, that's behind us." What we have to do now is like what David was saying earlier. We have to continue saying, this is not going to be the last. What's in front of us?
Yeah, and what I want to know, Kim, is what did we spend we spent nearly $2 trillion this year on healthcare. $2 trillion. What did we get out of it? 150,000 people dying. Okay, that's the best.
But also, Nick, look at the fact that instead of hiring more pandemic team and making sure something like this won't happen to us, every year our president cut that budget back and fired people. I read the article that Mike Callahan did, and by God, if I get some money, I'm just going to start funding those projects. But instead of and then in 2019 he fired yet again another team. So we all heard that it was the pandemic team, but he'd been doing a little at a time. So now we no longer have those preventive measures we need to protect us. Instead, we're out putting out fires. And what happens when you go out and just have to put out fires all the time? You're going to exhaust yourself, and you're going to exhaust your resources.
Can I just say, on behalf of Willie, who I have no authority to speak on behalf of, but I'm going to anyway. You guys don't want to know what we do here down under. But what I will also say is here you guys go, beating yourselves up again. You are the beacon of the world, at least theoretical. You know, you have a no smoking sign on the Statue of Liberty given to you by France to tell you how much freedom you've got, and then you've got a sign on there telling you what you can't do. But leaving that aside, you know, you're okay, America. Like, seriously, it's okay. It's okay. You have, you know, and I don't like admitting this coming from Australia, but you have more immigrants over there, legal and otherwise, than anyone else. More people travel there, right? You're going to be more susceptible to stuff.
Oh, Shakeel, I think you're thinking there is faulty. I think your thinking there is faulty. We could have continued to have people traveling in and out of the country. The focus of where we are having these cases is people, like in the news has in America lots of photos of this, parties in swimming pools where, you know, everybody's touching everybody else. People going to the beach, not social distancing. And the law on this in America is older than America. The British colonies had laws that regulated quarantines. The U.S. Supreme Court in, I think, 1905 upheld quarantine law.
David, you guys in America, you are so unique. You know, we did not have that happen in Australia, right? We didn't have a bunch of what we call dickheads. Can I say that on TV? We didn't have a bunch of them in Australia, right, hanging around the beaches of Bondi until they had to shut the beaches down. We didn't have that here, right? Italy didn't have it around their coast. The French Riviera, they didn't have it, right? Malaysia's beaches didn't have it. Lynn Shepherd's dollar store.
We have 59 million.
Right, around Russia, they didn't have it there either. It was just an American.
We have 59 millions in Europe, in Italy. We have 60 millions, and we have 59 millions of football fans, basically. Whatever you said before. But if I may, I mean, there is one point which I think we all agree that everywhere. And everybody, I mean, we have the same discussion in Italy. We should have done better. We should have done this and that and so. But there's one point which I would like to ask all the panel. I mean, we are all not in our 30s, let's say, 31, 32, let's say, we are about this age. So we have enough memory to remember who was the leading class, the politicians, and who was governing during the 70s and the 80s, and who's governing now. I have a couple of names, if I have to say, a real politician, a person who can change and can change the world and has done something for humanity in the last 20 years. And if I go back to the 70s and the 80s, there's a huge amount of people, of high qualified people who was governing Europe, Australia, India, whatever. So can you really, well, my point is, somewhere between the 70s and now, we have all, and that's maybe our fault, because we are all people who is well educated and so on. We have all decided that politics was something bad, and governing was something which we could leave to somebody else. And the curve of quality of the politicians, of the government bodies, is going down, and down. So the real point, I don't know if you agree, the real point is that we need people. I don't like the policy of Margaret Thatcher, but I think that Margaret Thatcher did something which was unique and changed really policy under the economic policy in the UK. I don't know, Ronald Reagan. If you compare those people, we need again people who can lead us into the future.
Roberto, what was the problem? Obviously, within the United Kingdom, her putting a poll tax and testing that out on the Scots was probably not the best idea. But what exactly was the problem with Margaret Thatcher? If you look at her last couple of sessions in Parliament and the things that she talked about in the EU and the problems that she suggested may happen in the EU, are they not exactly what has happened? Would Italy, Greece, Spain be better off not in the EU today?
I think we're beyond Margaret Thatcher. I think we have real problems. And here's something, since you guys are in Australia, and the reason I beat up the US, I pulled your numbers, and you guys don't even have a coronavirus problem. You have 221 deaths on a population of 24 million. In our state of North Carolina, we have 10 million people, about a little less than half your population, and we have 10 times greater deaths. Now, show me how I'm supposed to think this is wonderful. Okay,
well,
Australia, 10 times greater deaths here.
According to you, Nick, last week, when you gave me such a hard time about how great your economy was compared to ours, right?
Oh, we are. We're much better.
And you compared your GDP and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. Let's compare 1 to 1. What on earth was that picture? Go back down.
It's a stupid ad. Ignore it. It's a terrible, stupid ad.
Was that a pig? What was that?
I don't know what
it's the liver. It's his liver. It's like they took a picture of his liver outside of his body. I wish I could cut these ads out, but I don't have a platform to right now. But
we went through this.
I would love to hear from Willie about Australia. What's going on in Australia, Willie? Why do you have such a low infection and death rate?
Let's go through this. Well, Willie's from Melbourne, so he can't really talk because down in Victoria their rates are pretty bad. But can we compare death as a percentage part per population, and then let's look at it? Like, look, I know.
You can do that. It does have deaths per population. Kim, go to the top. And
you're far too right.
And you're not at the top. And I know that you guys are masochistic
There's
enough.
Your deaths per population, and if you look at Hong Kong, it's
5 per million.
Right.
Okay, now scroll up to the United States.
Now scroll up to the U.S. Go to the U.S.
Scroll up to the
Let's
US.
go up to the top.
Come on,
Look,
come on.
I know that you guys are really masochistic, and I know that when I come back to the United States, I'll have to promise the immigration agents that I really hate the place.
There you go. Then they'll let you in.
Right?
They'll let you in because they know. Okay.
If I dare say that I actually like America, then I have no chance.
But here's the demographic you want to look at. Okay, Shakeel, the death per million, we're looking at 479. Okay, when we looked at Hong Kong, we looked at 6. Okay, the greater number is 479 than 6.
So Peru has 594. Right, Peru has 594. Chile has 507. Spain has 607.
Yeah.
The UK has 680. Oh my God, you guys are terrible.
No, well. Remember the thing is, okay, Shakeel, we are the world's largest economy. We are the world's largest expenditures in healthcare. We should do better than this. We don't want to be ranked with these other countries. We want to be number one, but not in deaths.
What does money, especially when it's our money that you've got, what does money have to do with the death rate? Like, look, I've got no problem with that.
Well, wait a minute, Shakeel. It has to do with we're spending. We have the highest.
David, if you guys want to beat yourselves up, I mean, masochists, and whip yourself in 50 Shades of Shaq, that's cool. That's okay with me. Next time I come into the United States, I will say, "Hey guys, I hate you guys. Can I come in?" No problems, right? I dare not say that I'm actually fond of your country.
Look at Japan.
But there's a whole heap of countries out there that have got a bigger death rate as part of their population.
We're not going to disagree with you. What I'm saying is that in the pursuit of perfection, we are not number one. Look at Japan. Japan only has 8 per million. It shows, all the numbers indicate, Shakeel, is that we are not doing a great job, which is what we should be doing.
And so, what does money have to do with this?
I would really like to hear from Willie about what's going on in Australia. Not from everybody else, from Willie.
Before Willie responds.
No, Shakeel, you keep doing that. Let Willie talk. Let Willie talk.
I'll let Willie talk.
No, wait. Let Willie talk.
Okay, Willie.
I'm going to claim the 5th because we're in lockdown.
But you're in lockdown. In Melbourne, you're in lockdown.
I'm going to claim the 5th because we're in lockdown.
Okay, so what does lockdown mean? Can you go to the grocery store? Can you drive your car? What does lockdown mean in Melbourne?
Between 8 a.m. and 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. you're allowed out. From 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. there's a curfew.
So what is the curfew, Willie? Explain exactly what the curfew is.
Curfew means you're not allowed to be out, and you get a hefty fine. You get a hefty fine if you're out. They throw the book at you.
So you guys went into this cycle before when we first started the show. You went into this cycle where you kind of did a very hefty shutdown, and then you kind of came out of it. What has impacted this new thing to you guys?
Some people.
Kevin, can I tell you on behalf of?
Let him answer the question, please, Shakeel. Hold on. Let him answer the question. Then you can comment. Let him answer
the question. Go ahead.
Some people from other states took it on themselves to come in and travel in and out of Victoria, and we had a bad case of quarantine management that was really not done very nicely, and it just escalated from then.
Oh wow! Okay, so this is talking about people traveling from out to in, or maybe we need to look at more community style control.
Yes.
Willie, did it have anything to do with the fact that that Victoria is predominantly dominated by the left, and the Greens and the Labor Party down there did a terrible job, unlike the other states.
Totally true. I totally agree with that.
Oh, great. We're going to convert David K. Johnson. He'll be wearing that red shirt for years.
I think that what we need to do is kind of understand what each country is doing so that we can figure out a footprint. This is something that nobody really is doing there. We're all kind of spinning around. But David, I really want to hear, because you were going to tell us, how does having the money that we have, the economy that we have, how has that impacted us? Because you were really getting ready to open up on that, and I'd like to know.
Well, okay, the United States doesn't have a healthcare system. We have a non-system sick care system. 25% of U.S. healthcare expenditures are spent on people in the last couple of months of their lives. And we pay so much more for healthcare than our economic competitors. It's a huge drag in the United States. If we had the German or French healthcare systems, which are very different, and the French system is widely regarded by medical sociologists as the best in the world, if we had either of those two systems, it would save an amount of money equal to starting the income tax at $500,000 a year of income. As everybody made less than $500,000 would pay no income tax. That's how much we waste. And unfortunately, in the United States, we had a deal with a Republican president, Richard Nixon, to have universal national health care. And George Meany, who was the head of the AFL-CIO back then, reneged on the deal, telling his other labor leaders, well, we'll come back next year and get a better deal out of Nixon. And Nixon, Republican, was in favor of let's have universal health care. And of course, Watergate came along and it didn't happen. But in 1973, the year when we had the highest share of private sector workers in unions, by the way, lots of business leaders were in favor of national universal health care. I have long argued that we need to get it off the backs of small business. And partly that's because when my oldest son and I started the company, we no longer exist, we started our company, I put an enormous amount of time into figuring out how to get health care. And it was like, wait a minute, we're trying to run a lodging management business. We want to manage hotels. Why am I diverted to spend all this time on health insurance? It makes no sense. And by the way, Donald Trump said to me back in '89 or so, when I asked him about what he thought about healthcare, he said, healthcare should be like the roads. When you need them, you just use them. He thought private business should be totally taken out of financing healthcare. And now, of course, he has a totally opposite sort of view because nothing with him is based on principle.
Well, in all fairness, he was
Not principle. You're right about, because he's not about the people. He's about what serves him. So, I mean, he's a businessman. This is not about serving.
He's a con artist. He's not a businessman. He's a con
artist. Right, he's a con artist. You're right.
Back when you spoke to him, he was a Democrat. So,
yeah.
Len, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, Shaq. Go ahead.
So according to a post that I've had removed from my Facebook, I'm apparently this wealthy, single guy who's not particularly good looking, but the money makes up for it. So let's say I decide to be a bit of a playboy and I, go and date all these amazing girls in America because I want to do it here. Because to do it in America, and I twist your arm and I say I want you to employ all these girls, right? And just after you employ them, I impregnate all of them, right? You're trying to make a buck, and I say David K. Johnson thinks that really healthcare should be a right. It should be just like driving down the road. And you, David, you, Lynn, should actually pay for my, bad behavior or good behavior, depending on how you look at it.
No, that's not what David said.
That's not what I'm proposing at all.
That is not That is not a proposal, Shaq. I think you misunderstand the application of what we go through in the healthcare system here in the United States. But But that's not what he's proposing.
No.
It is not
I'm
about.
proposing taking it off the backs of business. Take it off the back of business.
Okay, so let's talk about the US. Let's talk about the US healthcare system. So the United States pays more than any other country for its healthcare. That's a fact that you can't dispute that. It's a fact. Yeah. I mean, you could dispute it, but it would be
it's a fact. It's a fact.
Right. It's a fact. Cool. Now, I have a bit of a problem with my teeth at the moment. I saw a dentist in California who can fix that. It's going to cost me around $100,000. It'll be a bit cheaper for me to do it here in Australia, but I actually want him to do what he's going to do. Okay. Do I have the right to spend that money? Of course I do. Money, I can do what I like. But when you compare what it would cost me in Australia, which we have a pretty good system. We have a blended system. So Canada is universal. Australia's universal with a private supplement. So you can actually have private healthcare on top, which supplements that. So, it's a blended system. No system is perfect. But if I was to go to the United States and I was to get, is Willie Hill still here? He is. Yep. Brilliant. Willie, you and me, we go to the United States. There's a special visa category for us. It's called the E3. Sharif misses out. Roberto misses out. But we get it because it's an E3 visa and it's only available to Australians. We're the only ones that can get it. Okay? So we pop over to the US. We decide, you know what? We are going to spend that extra money to get something that we don't really need. We can do without, but we're going to spend the extra money. Is that part of the reason, maybe, why some, not all, but some of US healthcare costs are higher than what they would be in other parts?
Absolutely. Shakeel, absolutely insignificant share of what's happened. There are whole books and studies that I've plowed through, and mostly when I needed to be able to sleep, on why U.S. healthcare is so high. It has to do with patent monopolies, with fee-for-service medicine, with the rules and litigation that cause a lot of excess stuff we don't need, and inefficiencies in the system. Well, let me ask a question. Lynn, your current business doesn't have any physical stores, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if you were to decide, hold on, let me finish this. So Lynn, if you were to decide to go into running retail Family Dollar stores, and you've, after all, run businesses with employees, I suspect one of the things you would think a lot about is, well, if I keep people limited to, I think it's 29 hours a week, then I don't have to provide them with health care. And you have to manage some because people aren't full-time, but you would try very hard to keep them at 29 hours or whatever the limit is per week. And this is one of the distortions government imposes in the labor market. Now, one of my sons is the manager of the top manager of an outlet for one of the big box retailers. When he was with this previous firm doing the same job, once a month, my son and three other guys who were the general managers of three other similar stores got together for breakfast at the IHOP, and they would work out the schedules because Sasha has childcare on Thursday, so we got to work it out. But they would make sure they all had 40 hours a week of work. They got healthcare nowhere, but they spent time integrating the work schedules of their employees. What an inefficient, dumb way to do things, which would go away if we took healthcare out of the business community and treated it like we do roads and schools and parks and policing and fire departments, and got it off the backs of business.
So David,
I agree. Vietnam has a really good new footprint.
You would agree, David, then, that a smaller government with less regulations, right, with less restrictions, would actually solve that problem just as well as what you're suggesting.
No, I don't think so at all, because healthcare is not an area where the market provides a solution to you. You're in a car accident, you have a compound fracture of your leg, meaning the bone is going out through the skin into the air. You're going to negotiate with the surgeon. Do you even know how to measure a surgeon? I mean, we get on an airplane. We don't say, well, we'd like to talk to the pilot about how qualified he is. No, we expect government regulation to say, You have to be this level of qualified to fly. And yes, the fewer government regulations, the better. The virtuous system is as little as necessary.
Healthcare should be, I want to add one thing. Healthcare should not be a commercialized product. Healthcare should not be commercialized.
Public service.
And it should not become a monopoly of a commercialization, just like insurance should have never been forced on
Or a
it.
government monopoly. We don't have to have a government monopoly with having government financing. Single payer doesn't require a monopoly anyway.
Exactly. Roberta, what is the healthcare system like in Italy?
To answer, let me ask you this question, right? You have the choice. You have the choice right now. We're gonna catch a plane from wherever you are to Antarctica to check out the ice, right? And your choices are Sasha and myself. Sasha is a grandmaster chess player, and I have absolutely no idea. I won a couple of high school championships, right? Just Sasha and myself, right? We're going to fly one plane, or you're going to fly another plane with two qualified pilots. Are you telling me that you wouldn't choose the two qualified pilots over Sasha and myself? And be careful, because Sasha's Russian, and he will be very upset depending on your answer. What's your answer?
The answer is I shouldn't have to give a moment's thought to a pilot. No one should be allowed to fly a plane who is incompetent at doing so. And that's the standard we should apply. But I want to hear what Roberto is going to say about Kimberly's question.
Not Roberto.
I want to hear about what Italy is doing about the healthcare system, if it's struggling like we are right now in COVID. But what is your answer to healthcare for the people?
We have a mess. No, we have an Italian system, which is usually nobody cannot really understand how it works, and it costs a huge amount of money. But the idea is, so the funny thing is that when I hear all the discussion about the health system in the US, actually we have the best solution ever. We have a public system and we have a private system. The non-good part of it is that most of the doctors actually have a foot in both parties, so they basically paid by the state, but they work also for the private sector. But I mean, for us, it's easy. It's not the best system, but public. I mean, we have a public system. Basic needs are basically addressed directly by the state. There are some things which you have to contribute, but it's always less than what you would pay in the US. And then if you want to go to a very, very good doctor and whatever, you can pay yourself. I mean, you can pay what he asks for you. In a private sector, in a private structure. It's really, I mean, I have to be honest. We are like you in the US. We always claim that we are bad. Our system is the worst. Our politicians are the worst. Our football is the best, but the rest doesn't really matter. And I actually also our food is the best, but we don't. I mean, we can discuss some food. One of the things which we used to do during meals is discussing about food. So it's kind of also weird. So, but at the end of the day, what I would say, we have very, very good doctors. I know a lot of doctors who basically have trained in Italy, start working in Italy, and now are well paid in the US or in the UK, also in Australia, actually. So we have very, very good doctors. Most of them are sadly out of Italy, but the system works, and maybe it's not a perfect system. In any case, there always will be somebody who will whine that the system doesn't work, he needs too much time and whatever. But you can get whatever you want. Maybe you have to wait a little bit, but you can have basically for very cheap whatever service you want. It's not
go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Well, so somewhat what you're describing, Roberto, is the system we have for education in America. Everybody has to pay property taxes to support their local schools. But if you want to send your kid to a private or religious school, you're free to do so. It's just an added cost. You don't get out of paying for the public school. And that strikes me as a perfectly reasonable system. If you in medical care...
If I'm unhappy with the state of school education, and I live, I'm actually not 100% sure where you're from. If I'm from your state and I decide, you know what, I'm really unhappy with the school system and I'm going to homeschool my kids, and 4 of my neighbors have children about the same age as my kids, and I say, I am going to I'm going to employ a few tutors, and my neighbors have kids around the same age as me, so we're all going to throw into the kitty, and we're all going to get some private tutors to just teach our 5 kids. We're going to have 2 tutors for each of our for our 5 kids collectively. Yeah.
Shakeel, the minute you step outside your family, you have to have a license. You can homeschool your own kids. The state will come and periodically inspect to determine what you're teaching them and how they're learning. You will still pay your property taxes for the school you're not getting the benefit of sending your kids to. So if you want to bring the neighbor's kids over, now you have to get a license and you have to be certified. And
exactly, that's exactly the point.
I want to share some real life experience here about healthcare in Italy, which is a good experience. I want to share with Roberto. Some friends of mine, daughter was there, and they were so scared because, traveling, your daughter's traveling, one, that's scary to begin with, but into another country. Then she got locked down in COVID and had to stay there. She could not get back. But the situation was, of course, as you're somewhere, you're going to maybe get sick or something. And the result was she got health care, she got treated, she got the medication she needed for a fraction, and she got it quick. It wasn't like she had to wait days or hours or schedule an appointment and hope that her insurance would cover it like we do here in the U.S. She got it done, and a fraction of the cost as it did in America. And she said it was better care than what she got in America, and the medications and everything. David's
comment. David, if I decide to do that, my neighbours decide to do that, shouldn't I be entitled to have the government, and I know how much you love Milton Friedman, shouldn't I be entitled to have that voucher that the government would have spent on the children? Why not? Why not? Why should the government be allowed to spend
it's very simple. Let me explain. It's
very simple.
The first duty of the state is the defense of people at the national level. The first duty of state governments, like provincial governments, is the education of children. The Constitution of almost every state in the United States says first call or first duty to spend is on education, because you can only have a prosperous society, particularly in the 21st century, with a well-educated populace. Now, we have some voucher systems. I've written about them as far back as I think 1969 or 70. Those systems have generally been systems to subsidize religious education, or they haven't been equal level systems. They cream the market. If somebody I've proposed in Rochester, New York, where I live, where we have a terrible, awful school system, that we blow up the system and we try a free market experiment. But if you're going to do that, you have to have a real free market, which is every kid who shows up, they have to take. Maybe you could have a small limit, 3 or 5 kids, because of classroom need. Secondly, transportation has to be provided. So if there's a poor kid who lives at this end of the city who wants to go to a school, hold on, let me finish, who wants to go to that end of the city, and the only way to do it is with a taxi, then you're going to bear the cost of that. Because if you're going to have a market, let's have a complete market, not one that is a rigged market, which is what we've seen so far with vouchers. But the fundamental principle that the national government in many countries and the states, in the way the U.S. is organized, have a duty to set a standard for education. is a perfectly normal thing to do. And look at who has the best and demanding education systems: Finland, Iceland, China. Can't hear you.
And no, and the thing is, you know, Shaq, you need to understand that this is what is important in the United States, is that we make sure everybody has an equal opportunity for that education. The vouchers are just an added, you know, that if you want to give your child more, then you pay more on top of what.
I'm sorry, but there's a difference between equality and diversity. There's a difference between, if I want to send my child to a particular school, what right does Roberto have or Lynn have to say to me, well, we're going to form a democratic majority and tell you that you can't send your child to a particular school?
Nobody says that. Nobody says that anywhere.
No, but
nobody says that, Shakeel.
David, you are. Because
no, I'm not.
You
You'll
are.
go to a private school.
Because
you go to a private school.
David,
you just don't have to pay for public school.
David, if the taxpayer is prepared to spend a certain amount of money educating my child, and I say to the taxpayer, look, I'd like to educate my child, and my neighbours feel the same way, we'd like to educate our children a different way, right? As long as we meet the educational criteria, we should be allowed to do that. But more to the point, okay? I would assume that if I had two children today, I'm single, but let's just assume that I have two children. They're twins, okay? And they're both 10 years old. And I ask one of them, and I sweet talk you into taking one of them under your pupillage, right? I would imagine that my child under your pupillage is going to learn a lot more about how to write eloquently and how to create grammatically correct sentences and how to write in a way that's going to be very, very compelling. Okay,
that's a complete
other child. Hang on, Roberto. I said my other child. Hang on, Roberto. Just 1 second.
Sorry.
1 second.
Yeah.
1 second. I said my other child. Right, I've got two twins. They're both 10 years old. One I've sent to learn under the pupillage of David. The other child I've sent to learn under Alexander. Okay. Now Sasha says to me, look, I can't teach your child much about English or math or this or that, but I can teach them to be a very good chess player. Shouldn't I, as a parent, be allowed to say, I want one of my children to learn under a Pulitzer Prize winner, and I want the other one of my children to learn under a grandmaster chess player? And if the answer to that question is no, I would ask you, by what right, democratic or otherwise, by what right do you tell me that I can't make that decision? These are my children. Surely, if they meet the educational criteria, I should be able to choose who's going to teach them.
It's a wrong idea what school is for. You're completely mistaking what schools are for. School is not only the teachers. School is also the community. It's how to deal with others. It's how to grow up and how to basically deal with people who is older than you, younger than you. It's to make friends. It's not only about education. School is a live experience where you are out of also your comfort zone. So it's a completely wrong idea what school means and what education means. You can be educated. You can be educated by Socrates, by Kant, by whoever you want. But if you stay in a bubble where you don't have any kind of real life experience, you will have no real education. That's it.
So let me add.
I want to hear from Lynn just a second.
Yeah, I want to hear from Lynn.
So let me.
We have to get to Lynn, but can I just very quickly?
Let's hear Lynn, then we'll hear from you.
So let me add this. Why then, if we follow Shaq's principle of him paying for for Sasha or him paying for David, why then should I pay a nickel for education? I still pay I pay a school tax every year. I haven't been to school for about 10 years. Okay. If you look at my age, David, you can tell it's 10 years. I mean, why should I continue to pay for it? Well, here's the thing. If over 80% or not, if over 50% of the people who pay school taxes don't use the system because we're all too old, that means that the people who are old or do have kids have to pay twice as much as they're paying to get the education of their kids. Is that fair? I don't believe that's fair. So the point is, if we own a home and we pay taxes, we all contribute equally. I love what Roberto said. What Roberto said was fantastic, because there's more education. I had two grandsons who were homeschooled, okay, for 5 years. They didn't get the social interaction that the year that their mother sent them back into the regular school system, as difficult as the school system is in Wake County, North Carolina. And it's not the greatest, I know that. But the fact of the matter is, they got a ton out of it, especially the older of the two. So there's a lot more to the education. But when I sent my son to boarding school, Shaq, I paid separately. When I sent both my son and my daughter to private school, I paid separately, okay? And I still paid my school taxes because I lived in the township. I had my obligation to pay the school taxes, and that's the way the law is. If I didn't do that, then the burden would fall higher on other people. I made my choice. Just like David is suggesting anybody can do. So if I had the money and was able to do it, I did it. And I sent my son to boarding school, and I would have done it for 5 years if he decided to stay. Effectively I did, because I paid private school education for 5 years for him. So, but I still paid my school taxes, and that's the way the system works here. Okay. And if we want to change it, we just can't change it for ourselves. We have to get Congress to say, okay, then this isn't correct. Then let's create a new law that allows us to change it.
Lynn,
I think that should be in every.
Can I say two things? One, unfortunately for me, Holmes Stoner has joined. He's the chairman of the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce. I'm only the president. So can we all pretend that I've been like really good and like really nice to everybody? Because otherwise I will not hear the end of it from Holmes. So let's because he's the chairman.
We're at almost the top of the hour, and Nick is here to give us the top of the hour. He does it better than me, so I always wait for Nick.
We're 15 minutes away, and I'll just say I have to address Roberto's comment. Look, I agree with you that we need to have a functional education system, but that choice should be left to parents. And David, that choice should be left to parents. We entrust parents with lots of other decisions. Why should not we entrust the parents with the educational choices that they make over their children?
Because we do. You decide where you want to buy your house, and you pick your school district. We already do that.
Not at all. Not at all. Because some people can't afford. Some people can't afford to live in an area where they've got better education. But if you had a school voucher system where the taxpayer gave the parents the money that they would have otherwise spent on the children, right? The parents could choose where to send that child and what education that child should get.
And Shakeel, if we had a real competitive market, I'm willing to experiment with that. And I think Rochester, New York is the perfect place to do that. But it's got to be, as I said, it's got to have rules. It's got to have transportation. It can't be what we've seen so far, which in America has been creaming the market. You pick the kids who are the most motivated and have the parents the most involved, so you can say, oh, look how good we're doing in our private school with the voucher system.
So
You got to do it for every kid. And Lynn makes a very important point.
Least motivated, the parents that are the least motivated, they're the ones that you want to encourage.
I want to have a system that's universal, so that you're not creaming the market, which is what we've been doing.
But David, as I said before, if you want to talk about universality within education, if I've got two twins who are 10 years old, right, and I know that one of my children are really great at writing, and I ring you up and I hassle you and I send you heaps of emails and I ring all your friends, I say, David, you've got to take my 10-year-old child under your pupillage and teach him how to write amazingly well, right? And eventually, because I just keep hassling you, you concede and you're like, okay, I'll teach this one twin A, right? And then I ring Sasha and I keep hassling Sasha and I ring his friends and his family in Russia and I ring his friends and family in Toronto and I keep hassling him and he says, all right, Shakeel, I give up. Fine. I will teach your child how to play really good chess, but I won't teach him anything else. I'll just teach him how to play really good chess. That's my choice as a parent, is it not?
You can go and do anything you want, but you've got to first support the universal public schools. And one of the points of what Lynn said, because we want to have an educated, uniformly informed society. Lynn said something I want to build on that I think is very important. Look, I had 8 children, so I got a fairly good subsidy from other taxpayers having my children in the public schools. But I also benefit from having a well-educated populace. Lynn's business, Holmes' business, all of us benefit from having an educated populace. And as we get into a more complex world, having a better and better educated populace is going to matter a great deal. The future is not good for lunkheads. So I pay school taxes, and I live, by the way, in what in some years has been the highest property tax rate jurisdiction in the United States. I pay about 4% a year of the value of my house in property taxes. American average is under 2%. And
that's why.
Right. And I benefit from having around me this highly educated population of people who provide goods and services, run better governments, run better charities because they're educated. So even though my child last was in a public school and I guess number 8 graduated in 2008 from high school, it's been 12 years, I'm happy to write my check every year to pay for the school's property tax, which I'm going to do next month.
I'm glad you're happy, David.
We could think about, because we do have special educated schools that vouchers do kind of cover. There are Elizabethan schools. There are the science and high tech schools.
And so there are schools for kids who are in wheelchairs and other things who need special help. And
But what we're finding out, though, that really irks me is that they don't have access to the internet and broadband. Now that really bothers me, mainly because we're doing IBM TV. So I have a vested interest in this. I'll disclose my vested interest.
Yeah.
I want people to have access to broadband. They can watch IBM TV, right, Ankit? Right? And you have obviously it.
Nick, the city government, Nick, in Philadelphia tried to have universal Wi-Fi that everybody could connect into at a pretty high speed. And they calculated the cost would be 25 cents per citizen per month. The minimum charge for Verizon is about $40 a month. So, of course, what did Verizon do? It went and handed out campaign donations left and right to kill it.
That's the problem. I mean,
they own the government.
David, let me just say this to you. If you think the education system is doing well in any Western country, right? Let's not pick on the United States because I know how much you guys love to beat yourselves up. Let's talk about the UK. Let's talk about Canada. Let's talk about Australia, New Zealand, the Five Eyes countries. Let's talk about most of Western Europe, okay? Our education system is not only falling behind, we have the highest suicide rates amongst youth in our countries that we've ever seen. We have youth killing themselves more often, more frequently, not just under 25 or under 18. We have more youth killing themselves under 10 than we saw in World War II and in World War I combined. Okay? So regardless of the politics of it, regardless of what we say about it, it's a problem. And it's a problem that we need to deal with. And one of the things that we need to put more power and control in the hands of parents than we do in big government and big states. Now, Roberto, I know you're Italian, but let's look at France. There was a study done just fairly recently in the last couple of years. There was a study done in France. They did a big survey and they asked everybody in France, do you believe you've had a very good life? And 94%, roughly, don't quote me on this, 94% of the people in France said, yes, we've had a great life. They then asked those people, how many of you believe that your children or your grandchildren will have at least as good a life as you've had, if not better than the life that you've had? And the response was 4%. 4% of people in France said that. Now, I'm guessing, but I don't believe that the rates will be much higher in any Western country today. That's a problem.
If you eat frogs, then you can't complain that your life is a mess, actually. So, but let's be honest. There's no perfect system. I think every country, especially in Europe, has its own system which can work. We should have more technical high schools. In Germany, they decide when you're 14 whether you can go to whether you have to go to a technical school or you can go to what they call gymnasium, which is basically where you learn maths and literature and whatever, so that you can go to university. While when you go to the tech school, you don't have to go to university. You become you learn a craftsmanship or whatever it is. So, well, France has a crazy system where you have to get into a ranking in order to qualify for university. Every system is based on the tradition of the place, and every system is maybe not perfect, but as far as the problem is not whether the state should intervene, decide or not decide. In order to have a community, you have to have something which is shared by everybody. And one of the basic things which should be shared by everybody is education. It's culture. I'm reading something about what happens in the U.S. education. For example, I don't want to touch the issue because the issue is a very it's an explosive one. But it's not possible that in a country, if you are from the South, you learn that, oh, by the way, Civil War was a mistake from the North, and slaves were happy to work in the fields, and yeah, it's a lost cause. The Southerners were not betraying the U.S., but they were just fighting for a lost cause. And when you study, when you're learning something in north of the U.S., then Southerners are conspirators and traitors. So, you have to have one of the basic things to have a common ground, have a nation, is to have a bloody common ground, which is one of the biggest problems we have in Italy. We don't have a common ground. We have hundreds, we have different story. Yes, I know we are a smaller country. We are not the US, but we have different stories. We have different history. We have different languages. In First World War, one of the biggest problems which the Italian army had during First World War is that people couldn't speak to each other because they couldn't understand each other, because people from the South people from some regions didn't understand actually people from the same region because they had different dialect, different languages. So education is something which is key to have a nation, because you have the same basic education, which when one thing David said, which is very, very important, David and Lynn said both. One of the key factors is that you need public education, because you need also, in order to make the system function, in order for yourself to live, you need that everybody has a basic education, which is the same or almost the same for everybody. Because if you don't have such basic common ground and such basic education, it's also difficult to go and buy something. I understand that in Anglo-Saxon countries you love supermarkets, but we have also mom and pop stores in Italy, and if you don't speak the same language, it will be very difficult for me to buy tomato and I don't know, and mangoes or whatever you want to buy if we don't speak the same language. For example, it's a simple example. Orange in Italian it means it's arancia. In Napolitan it's called purtuallo. So they're two very different words. So if you don't have the same education, a basic same education, if I'm living in Rome now, if I go to a grocery store and ask for a purtuallo, they think I asking for somebody from Portugal. So, I don't know. And they would never understand I'm looking for an orange.
Right.
It could be a Portuguese girl with an orange dress.
Yes, Ankit.
So we talk about schooling system around the world globally, but I just wanted to share what's happening in India. So we got independence around 74 years, and then after that, government started schooling. I mean, there were some schools earlier as well, but then government started their own public schooling, and because of the big population and bigger country, we need more schools. It's not possible for government to run and manage those schools. So government urged a lot of investors and industrialists to start their own school. So government started giving free land to them and offering them to start schools so that we can set up education for everyone in India. And now we have around 1.5 million schools in India. And if you compare the schooling system, public school and private school, they are all like 1:1. And if you study in a public school, you don't have to pay any fee. There is no fee because government runs those schools. But majority of middle class people and above that, they go to private schools. And people who are middle class, lower middle class and lower class, they go to public schools because there's a difference in infrastructure. There's different lot of ways, and we don't have any problem because we are paying taxes, and a lot of students are still studying in public schools, and we have to pay good amount of money for our children to study in a private school, and then we don't have a capping. So if you ask me how much I pay for my daughter, so I paid around $200 monthly for a private school. But if you compare it to a private school with more infrastructure, so people pay like $500 monthly as well, and it all depends on infrastructure, branding, and all those stuff. And we are happy to do that because it's all about balancing that, and you have to make sure that education cannot be run only by government. It's a public-private partnership in India basically. And still, if someone wants to run a school, government gives you free of cost land. So there is no charge of land because you are developing a land. You are making sure that you'll get more students, and that's how we run in our country. And same goes with colleges. So basically, according to our Indian mindset, we make sure that we are paying taxes so that public schools will run, and then we do a lot of donations as well in the meantime. And the private schools run only with the fees. If you don't pay fees, then after maybe like a couple of reminders, either they will urge you to shift your child to a public school or vice versa. But government have a lot of policies as well. If someone wants their children to study in private schools, which is like list A school as compared to public schools, then there are like 10 to 15% of EWS seats, which is like economic weaker section, where you can study or you can get your student admitted or children admitted, and you don't have to pay anything. So it's just about policy and how you manage all those policies and things like that, and that's how we run in India.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I didn't know that was the system over there. It's somewhat similar to the system over here. Well, we have Vivian from you're at USC right now, right? University of Southern California.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the
Right.
French.
Right, in Los Angeles, but you're from Chengdu, China.
Yeah.
Which is a big city. And now I found out it has good food, so it's on my hit list to go to, obviously, because they have good food over there in Pandas. Do you have a city for us this week?
Yes, I have a city as well. I will do this on Wednesday morning, as usual.
You're doing it on Wednesday morning. Okay, all right. And Wednesday morning at what time? Because I love your show.
9.
We wanted to shift the show from Wednesday to Tuesday, so we discussed about that last week. So can we do it tomorrow?
Can we do it Tuesday, Vivian?
Travel Tuesday. We are setting up a new theme called Travel Tuesday, and we have one more travel show lining up for this Tuesday, and maybe we'll start the show from next week or so. So
I think I have a meeting. So.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're trying to move Tuesday. Ankit, is Tuesday going to be Travel Tuesday? Is that what we're doing? Okay. Travel Tuesday, and then we're going to do Money Masters Monday, right?
We are doing Money Masters Monday, and then we'll do a Business Wednesday at 8 to 10.
Okay, and then we're doing Business Wednesday at 8 to 10. Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to know what the schedule is. But you went to school in China. Do you guys have a public and private system? Or how does your school system work over in China, Vivian?
I think most schools are public schools, and there are a lot of good public schools. And the private schools are super expensive. So not everyone can go to private schools.
Right.
Only rich people, I think.
Okay. All right. And are there any rich people in Chengdu?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. It's really. I think that's pretty funny. That because sometimes, Holmes, I think China is supposed to be communist, but I guess it's not, right?
They're more.
They're more.
I think we are, like, a special kind of.
A special kind of communist, more capitalist than we are, right? Over there.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, but the thing is, you decide to come to school, even though you're from Chengdu, you decide to come to school to the United States. Why did you want to have your education here in the United States? Why didn't you just stay in China for your education or go to Britain or somewhere else? What's the attraction here?
I think it's the vibe, because I want to have a different experience of college. And I heard about that in the US, the college vibe is like free and you can just enjoy your campus life as well as the academic life. So I chose to come here.
Mm-hmm. Why University of Southern California? Why did you go to USC?
Well, actually, I go to school in Berkeley. I just moved.
You live there. You actually go to Berkeley. Well, why did you decide Berkeley? Why Berkeley?
Because it's a good school. It's really a good school, and I think I can, benefit a lot. I can learn a lot there, both academically and socially. So.
Okay, all right. So Berkeley became a good place to hang out, even though right now you're living in Southern California, right?
Yeah.
And is Berkeley closed?
You had the choice to go to somewhere like the London School of Economics, or Oxford or Cambridge, or many of the big schools in Australia or New Zealand, or any of those others. Would you preference the US, or was it just simply an opportunity to be able to study in a Western university and learn some of the things that we collectively amongst our countries teach and our opinions?
Why I'm choosing to learn in a Western country?
Why Berkeley? Why not Oxford or Cambridge
or University of Southern California, which is predominantly US for example, is very artsy and they have a lot of dance schools and they do all that sort of stuff? Was it specifically a Californian university such as Berkeley, or would you have been happy with Harvard? Would you have been happy with University of Sydney, University of New South Wales? Would you have been happy with some of the top universities in New Zealand, some of the top universities in London? Was it just simply a matter that you had the opportunity to go to California, or was there a specific reason why you chose those universities in California?
Well, for me personally, I prefer California weather and everything here because there are a lot of Asians and they're like blended races. So I like the vibe here. It's more like a mixed environment. And the weather is like warm and which I super like it. So
Yeah.
So I hope it's not like me saying that because he's in Marina Del Rey, but I promise you, our weather here in Australia is so much better than California. We have so much better weather here. So, you know, just a halfway cost transfer over. Would love to have you.
See, this is where we have to sell the United States of America to Vivian. Vivian, we are the world's largest economy, even though China is catching up very rapidly. Okay, we are the world's largest economy. We are the land of opportunity. You made the right decision. Forget Australia. That's way down under. You know, no one goes there. It's a big outback. It's a big desert. You made the right decision. Come to the United States.
Have you ever seen a koala? Have you ever seen a kangaroo in California?
Yeah, and then you get bit by these Western taipans. Forget Australia. No, you made the right decision.
Australia's where you need to be, right? Do half your course there in California, and then just come over here. We've got better weather, better wildlife. We've got better everything.
No. The world's largest economy is here.
What about India? We are the world's biggest democracy, and it's closer to China as well. You can come to India as well for further studies.
India? India, come on. You're neighbors. You won't get the international experience. Forget India. Okay, it's just a big democracy. We're a big pile of money. You made the right decision. You came to the great United States of America. We're happy to have you here. Hopefully you'll stay here.
She knows Chinese, she knows English. She will learn a lot of languages in India, and it's a different world altogether. And it will help Vivian because we do a lot of trade between our country.
Mark, help me out here, right? I just got to speak to Vivian about it, though. She actually went somewhere because of the weather. She went to California because of the lovely weather and things of that nature. I made the mistake of leaving North Carolina to go to Milwaukee. So I left North Carolina to go to a very cold place, not knowing what I was getting into, but it was definitely cold. So I understand what you're saying, Vivian, by going to a warm weather place. And, you could have come to North Carolina, too. We have great weather here. Australia is actually on my wish list, Shakeel, of places to visit. So I've got to come visit y'all over there. Y'all are way on the other side of the world. I have been to North Carolina. I've met your lieutenant governor. I have many pictures with your lieutenant governor. North Carolina is an awesome place. But, seriously, our weather here, Vivian, I promise you, our weather here is much better. We are much better people.
Don't buy into that.
We don't have the levels they have over there. You need to come here.
Okay, listen, Vivian, everybody knows in the world.
Amazing wildlife. After you get past the kangaroos and the koala bears, what does Australia have? I mean, we got deers, we got rabbits, we got all kinds of animals throughout America. So I'm trying to figure out, I know the name too, but other animals, what other animals do y'all have there in Australia?
We have, Mark, I will have you know, we have beaten you guys in America. We actually have a higher per population. We actually have more serial killers in Australia than you have in the United States. So, there's a plus. There's a plus for us. Okay, so, live life on the edge. You only live once, so live life on the edge.
Okay, see, Vivian, he's from Perth. Half the people in the world don't even know where Perth is. Okay, when I say Perth, they go, "Is that near London?" Perth. Oh, is that part of France? I thought they left it. Perth, Australia. Oh, where is that? Is that next door to Sydney? No one knows where it is. And half the people don't even know where Australia is. When you come to the United States of America, which was a wise choice, you enter the world's largest economy, the world opportunity. We're one of China's biggest trading partners. Okay. And the thing is, you can have a great experience here because you can experience the whole world. You made a right decision. No question about it. India, they're working on it, but they're just not there yet. They're great people over there. They're working on it, but they're not there. Australia will never be there. They don't have anybody who lives there. It's a big desert. I flew over it. You fly over.
Nick, a quick question.
Vivian, can I tell you? I may be the lowly president of the Board of Advisors for the PAC Rim Chamber of Commerce, but even the chairman, as socialist as he is living over there in California, even he has been both to China, where he spent 20 years, but even he came to Australia, and he had a great time here, didn't you, Holmes?
Well, yeah.
I know where you live. And I've been to your place. So I'm just.
Hey, listen, I had a great time. Hey, Shakeel, don't get me wrong. I had a great time in Australia. I went to Sydney. I went to Brisbane. I went to Cairns. I went to Uluru. It's a great place to go visit, but not live there and get an education. She made the right decision.
Well, I wouldn't live in Uluru. There's nothing there. There's one rock. And there's another rock over the other side.
Climbed the rock.
You know,
well, I mean, we're going to be fair. Both Australia and the United States came from the same background. Because let's see, we were both, I think
British
both of us at one time or another were under British rule. And a lot of the folks that came and did the early settling were ex-cons and folks of that nature. They were kind of like the folks that society didn't want. And they sent them either to the United States or to Australia. So we do have that in common.
Yeah, but our resident Brit.
But Mark, the difference was you guys in the Democratic Republic of New England, you guys actually rebelled, and we guys just sat there and went, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, cool, sweet." So at least you guys rebelled and had your Bill of Rights and Constitution.
So I think it's time to it's time, and I think it's time Vivian can answer which countries he wants to opt for. If not US.
Okay. Yes. If you didn't have the US, what country would you go to?
Vivian, they come to Australia.
If I didn't get the work visa.
Okay, if you didn't come to the United States of America, the world's largest economy with the world's greatest people, what other country would you go to? What would be number two?
Think about GDP future.
I think it's the UK.
The UK, Australia, Australia's made. Hey, forget it.
So
Australia's not even on the list.
Who's number three?
Well, listen to me. I think Australia is also a good country to get education. It's just that there are too many Chinese there in Sydney, in those big cities. So I heard about the Chinese life there. It's not good. So that's the reason.
There you go. There you go. You chose wisely.
Vivian, this is Holmes's fault. He brought all the Chinese to Australia. I am actually British as well, but the influx of Chinese into Australia, this is completely down to Holmes. This is his fault. Holmes, explain yourself. Even though I'm only the president, you're the chairman, please explain yourself what you've done to Australia.
I didn't do anything.
He's innocent.
He's
okay, but the thing is, your choice is very wise.
You guys love the money. That's what it is. Okay, Rio Tinto. Okay, Rio Tinto. You know who Rio Tinto is, obviously.
I own a few shares in them, actually.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought.
A few shares.
And they're mostly mine out of Western Australia too.
Okay. Vivian, now that you're on our list here, there's this thing called TikTok, which frankly I've never seen. And the thing is, Trump says you've got to be sold to Microsoft. Can he do that? Can he tell a company you've got to be sold? to Microsoft? And why would Microsoft want to buy TikTok?
I always heard that he was trying to ban it all together. So is he going to try to sell it, or is he going to try to ban it?
Well, he's trying to encourage the sale of TikTok to Microsoft. I think that's kind of odd, because the thing is, you have a government telling a company that's got to be sold to another company. I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, it's Trump style. It's actually a bad thing because it's free economy here. Actually, TikTok is a really good app among youngsters all around the world.
Right.
Also in the US, youngsters using it for fun, for learning, for getting more information. And it's the biggest platform nowadays.
It has 800 million viewers apparently on TikTok right now. And the thing is, but is this going to create a trend where countries, if they don't like how your company's operating, they can tell your company you got to be sold to another company? I mean, that's the problem that I see. I don't know. I thought this was kind of an interesting area. Yes. Yeah.
So I have an update about TikTok. So TikTok is planning to shift their origin from China to UK. They're still in talks, and it might be that if someone from UK invests in TikTok, they will have a new base in China, in UK. And a lot of companies who work globally and they don't only have a market in China, they're planning to shift their origin basically. So they're moving to different countries.
Well, can we re-domesticate IBM TV to Fiji?
Hey, I'm there. That's where my family's from. That's where was from.
Well, the thing is, would people force us to sell the company because we were in Fiji?
I do have to ask you. My niece, who's my niece is about 9 years old, said you got to look at this TikTok, and all I've seen, and maybe there is more educational material out there that you may be aware of that I'm not, but all I've seen is these kids like dancing and places to other songs, like to songs. And they're like, and so I'm actually not sure what the educational material is on that.
I don't get it either.
Please inform me because I've missed it.
I think
there is no education.
There's no
So
education.
if you talk about Instagram, what is the education in Instagram? There is no education. Likewise, TikTok. It's more about creating traffic and capturing a lot of things using AI and TikTok from your day-to-day life, and then giving you a lot of ads. So it's more about creating traffic, and it's kind of a CCTV or maybe a AI policing for you basically. If you have these apps, I'm not just talking about TikTok, but a lot of apps. They are policing you, and they are based on your lifestyle, based on your words, and based on the keywords you put in on the mobile phone. They capture it, and then they send those ads to your digital world. So it's more about that.
These social platforms are all based on age and popularity. They come, they go. It started with Friendster and all the rest of these things years ago. Now it's just into popularity as far as age. My daughter is 19 years old. She looks at me. I'm a fossil. I'm this old guy. You know, the thing that I know even have a clue on how to use is Facebook, because that's where all the dinosaurs go. Okay. If you want to be cool, you go to TikTok, because that's the trendiest one.
So you gotta be cool. You go to TikTok, and I don't have a TikTok account either. But even old school than you, and I'm 58. You remember something called 7 Degrees of Separation?
Yes.
I'll give you an example, Holmes. So we did some interviews for IBM TV in terms, and then we asked them, do they know about TikTok or do they know about LinkedIn? So no one knows about LinkedIn and everyone knows about TikTok. And that was a surprise to us, because while interviewing, Nick knows that, and people don't know what is LinkedIn all about, but they know TikTok, they know Snapchat, they know a lot of other platforms, because those are cool platforms, and those platforms are mostly for millennials, because it's more about fun, and it's a different world altogether. And I am still young, but I am not a part of all those platforms. But I generally just go and watch out what's happening, because it's understanding the psyche and what's going on in the world, basically. But these platforms are, it's working, and it's growing bigger and bigger, and that's create a lot of marketing and a lot of branding and all those budgets for big companies, and they can easily track to the young audience, because young audience is someone. I mean, you can basically sell a lot of products basically. So it's more about gimmick and it's more about traffic.
So I needed time out for a second because
Mark and I are going to collectively set up a TikTok account, and him and I are going to dance, and we're going to make fun of Holmes, because Holmes said, and he's supposedly the boss of the Chamber of Commerce.
That's gonna be a scary thought. Me and you dancing. I'm not sure about that.
I know, but I'll try. And
but that's gonna be a scary thought. I actually just for the fun of it, Ankit, I just typed up, and Nick, I just typed up educational and TikTok, and I came up. There was like a few videos that did pop up that claimed to have an educational component to them. So I guess that they.
I'll give you one more fact. I'll tell you one more fact.
If we achieve nothing else,
I'll tell you one more fact about TikTok.
If we achieve nothing else in our educational section, right? What we will achieve is that Holmes, the chairman, I'm the lady president, that the chairman has his daughter's age wrong. His daughter's 20, and he said she was only 19. So she's actually 20, and I'm better. So we should do TikTok dance. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, I need to take a time out. What happened to Nick? Anyway, because Lynn's not here, we need to advertise the Dollar Store. We want to thank them very much for being one of our sponsors. From the month from now until the end of August, they are donating 100% of whatever's purchased to Money Masters and to IBM.TV. So I encourage everyone to get out there and do that. The reason why they do that is they discovered our mission is to close the gap between financial fitness, poverty and sustainability. Okay. And we do that through inspiring financial fitness. So we want to close the gap between poverty and sustainability. When we do that, we solve a lot of the world problems, especially here in the United States. As anyone can know, recidivism crime, which is up now, is because people just are not educated enough to know how to sustain themselves. You don't want to feed the people. You want to teach them how to feed themselves, how to go out and make the money to make the food, how to make the money to put over their head. One of the things I've learned is it's not about the money you earn. And Shaq, you can attest to this. It's about how you manage it. All right. That's very, very important. How you spend it, how you save it, right? Spend, save, invest, make your money work for you. Let it do the sweat. Right. So spend, save, invest. Then, of course, you got to remember to pay your taxes. But then most important, pay it forward, because when you do that, you keep it in circulation. So some of these things we try to inspire in our shows. We are adding more and more new shows every week. And so any amount of support we get we're highly grateful for. But we make shopping at the dollar store very easy. Now let's talk about shopping at the dollar store and why it's so important. It's how you spend it. You know what, people, they have name brands. They have over 4,200 items, a lot of essential items. When you're managing your money, it's very important to count your time, right? Time is money. It's very, very valuable. So I save time by not going to the brick and mortar store and shop. I also protect myself. They also have these wonderful things now called masks. We make going to the dollar store easy. If you can't remember family.dollarstore.com, you just go to IBM.TV and click on the big green button, which, you can't get any easier than that. So then what you want to ask yourself is this, wow, what does the Family Dollar Store have? Well, let's talk a little bit about what the Family Dollar Store does have and some of the new items that they have, which to me, every time I turn around, the new items address our current needs, which I think is great that they can do that. Some of the things that are interesting is they are one of the few stores that can sell CBD without any issues. It's because they figured out how to do it and they do it right. They're businessmen. The Family Dollar Store people are businessmen. They have all kinds of new products, but you can go over to their categories and go down. or you can do like I do, kind of sometimes just jump around starting from here. But if you they've got wonderful baby products. If you know people who are going to have children, you can't go to the baby shower, send them a box full of beautiful baby gifts, or do like I do, send them gift tokens. What's great about the dollar store right now is if you register now, you're going to get $5 worth of shopping tokens. If you spend $25 worth of shopping, you get free shipping, and it delivers to your door unless you live in Pennsylvania with Lynn. Lynn has to go to the postmaster to pick up the box. What is
Where
great?
Holmes is from? Where Holmes is from? He's from Pennsylvania as well.
Well, you know what's great about where Lynn lives is they don't have any COVID. Nobody's tested positive in his town. So I have to ask myself,
That's because there's no one there, Kim.
right?
No,
Okay. I think it's because they do live this quite nice Deptford style life. But let's take a look at some of the other items that I think is just very, very fun. And I missed Jim, but Mark will work with me here. That we've got a lot of fun items. My favorite is the Minion napkins. So life doesn't have to be all about just, shopping for your needs. You can shop for fun items too. When I saw that they had the Minions, the dollar store became, wow. I was like, wow, okay, I can definitely shop here and have fun too. But they've also got like a lot of health and beauty products. They've got your standard soaps like Coast and just all kinds of name brand things. But they've got my health and beauty aids like masks that I like, and beauty masks with collagen, which sometimes can cost you anywhere from $25 to $50 over the counter. They've got them for $2 here. They've also have some other great items that I want to mention is, Lynn likes to mention this, is a beauty item to help reduce wrinkles. It sells for $60 on Amazon. It's the same name brand. It sells for $2 here. So it's, they've got the name brands. It's about saving money. It's about saving time. It's also the fact that they're doing good by donating forward their proceeds. 100% of the profits between now and the end of August will go towards the programs that we build to help close that gap between poverty and sustainability. And, I wanted to answer or talk about one of Nick's points about the internet, because this was very concerning to me, because I don't know if many of you know, but I sit on a lot of different boards, but I'm also part of the Smart City Initiative and sit with NIST, National Institute of Standard Technology in Washington, D.C., and I attend a lot of their smart city projects. Well, one of the concerning things to me was people from the poor sections of town that have a lot of, what do you call it? I don't want to do that. They have a lot of, let me stop it this way. They have trying to address the poverty issues. And one of their biggest concern is people with poverty don't have access to internet. And Nick mentioned this, and somebody else mentioned this, that it would cost just cents to get internet to every person in the community. Cents. And what we do in the United States is we have to commercialize it, and we charge $40 per person, whether you get it via this way or any other way. But I have learned in my journey that one of the missions of a lot of our government isn't about being for the people, but it's about controlling who gets the education and who doesn't. Because when you control that, you control your own purse strings. And I'm not saying that they're all bad, but I will tell you this, not all the laws are made in your benefit. And you need to think about that this year when you go vote. You need to consider who's really looking out for your best interest. To me, it's not about big government or small government. It's not about Republican. It's not about Democrat. What we need to take a look at is who's looking out for your best interest. And right now, you need to look long and hard at who has been taking care of your best interest. It would cost smart cities a fraction. It would cost the government a fraction to get internet, fraction of a penny a day to get internet to every person in the community, and when we need it now. Right before, we didn't really need it because the kids were going to school. But right now, given the situation we're in, I know that, and I've been very proud of a lot of the community schools and the smart city projects. People have been donating money to get them that internet. But we're about just getting you the education. And that's what I was telling someone when I was in the Smart City Initiative projects, because I have an invention for them as well. But my goal is to get you the education. If you help us get that connectivity, we'll make great partners. But people don't understand in these poor communities that that's why they stay poor. And that's why we got to get out there and we got to vote. You guys have got to get out there and register to vote. I am going to try to help also with the Native American Indians and make sure that they have the availability to them to vote as well. Because when I learned that the system is designed to keep them from voting, I became a little upset, given some of my bloodline comes from there. So so people get out, shop smart, save.
And on that, let me say, because in Australia it's compulsory to vote. You don't have a choice. You have to vote. If you don't,
What?
you get.
I never heard of that. That's totally new. Are you serious?
I like that idea.
Yeah, in fact, most
I like that idea as well.
most countries it is actually compulsory to vote.
Really?
Most Western countries, but I really want to speak to for many of our hundreds of thousands of viewers, and especially those that are coming in from the US. I really want to say this. I know that I may come across as being centre right. Look, it's not my country. I don't really care whether Trump wins or Biden wins or Trump wins or Hillary wins. That's not my issue. But I do want to say this, okay? There was a big, long fight for a long time around the world for women's suffrage. And women fought very long and hard around the world to have the right to vote. And they got it. So if you're a woman, doesn't matter which way you vote, you can vote any way you want to vote. The place you vote, that's your voice. And if you happen to be somebody who is an African American or a black person, whatever the politically correct term is in the United States today, okay, the black vote, that was something that was fought for very hard and very dear. Honor that. Go out there and vote. I'm not going to tell you which way to vote. Nobody has the right to tell you which way to vote. But go out there and cast your voice. Go out there, fill that ballot paper out, and cast your voice. Because that has been fought for and died for by many people that came before you. And I say that to white people as well, but all of us. Your vote, your ability to be able to have your say in what happens with your country and with your government, this is the one place where nobody's watching. Nobody's watching which way you vote. No matter how much the community pressures you to vote one way or the other, it doesn't matter. No matter how much your husband or wife tells you you should vote this way or the other, when you go out and you fill out that ballot paper, it's private and it's your vote. And it's something that's been fought for generations. So from a country where it is compulsory for you to vote, can I please say to everybody who's watching this program now, I know there's hundreds of thousands of people who aren't in America who are watching this, but for those people who are in the United States, get out there, even if you've got to put a face mask on in November, whatever you have to do, go out there and let your voice be heard.
I did not.
Shakeel, I couldn't agree with you more. I'd have to give you some great applause for that. That was a very deep and powerful statement that you said and everything. So I greatly appreciate that, Shakeel. The other thing that I was going to add to that, and it was something that you alluded to and everything, is definitely go out and vote. And I agree that so many sacrifices have been made, sacrifices among the women, sacrifices among African Americans, sacrifices among many of our other minority populations as well. So those sacrifices were made so that folks could get out there and vote. My one thing that I will urge people to do when they go out and vote is to please do the research as well. Because the one thing that I do not like that we sometimes have a habit of doing is we'll take a paper from a group that is an endorsement group and just kind of like vote blindly. So I definitely agree that we need to stop doing that, because there's too much of the blind voting where you have that endorsement and things of that nature. And definitely, I love when the women come out and share their voice. But you mentioned and you alluded to the fact of certain women that may have their spouses or this person tell them that they should vote this way or that way. I know that I've run across some friends of mine that told me that that's why they voted for a certain person, because they were involved in a relationship and that person was told by their significant other to vote one way or the other. So I'm urging people not just to vote, but to do the research and to vote according to your heart and according to the way that you feel about the issues, not because somebody tells you to vote this way or that way. And I'm saying that that's across the board, because too often
that's why I like that curtain. That's why I like that curtain. Nobody tells me.
There are so many people. There are so many people out there that feel as though I'm not very educated. I didn't finish high school. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. Maybe I should just keep my mouth quiet. Maybe I shouldn't vote. Maybe I should let my significant other tell me how I should vote. Okay? Your voice is heard. If you're one of those people, your voice is heard so rarely.
Exactly.
And when you get to vote, you get to vote.
Exactly.
Even if you don't have the ability to research, don't listen to anybody else. You vote for who you believe.
Right.
Whether that's a Republican, whether that's a Democrat, or whether that's an independent,
right,
or any of the other parties you have over there. I don't know them all, but you vote for who you believe is going to empower your life, right? The one thing that I believe you shouldn't do is to ever feel as though I'm not educated enough, I'm not smart enough, I don't know enough, so therefore maybe what I should do is just put my hand here and my hand here and keep quiet. No. You get out there to that voting station, and right, wrong, or otherwise, you vote for what you believe in.
I would agree with that. The other thing I would agree is that Kim alluded to this as well.
I'm not
we have so many
American.
prisoners that need to vote as well, and I think many of them have been granted the right to vote now. So
I won't get into whether
mistake in your life, whatever that mistake was, I would urge you to go out and vote too. If you were in the prison system and you're now able to vote because of other changes in the law.
I won't get into whether prisoners should vote, but what I will just simply say is, for the everyday person, okay, you have a voice, and if you sit silent, then you sit silent, right? And when you sit silent, you say nothing about your own impression. So get out there and vote, and have your say. And maybe you'll win, maybe you won't. That's okay, but at least you had your say. We give you a bit of feedback. I don't know if it's at my end, but we give you a bit of feedback.
So I'm having I know you guys are speaking. I'm having a very difficult time hearing on my end. I do hear a lot about getting out there and vote, and it sounds very positive. I hope people will get out there and vote because that is the most important moment in your life and the only rights that you have. One of the things I do like is if when you can go, you're behind a curtain. Nobody can tell you who to vote for. They can't see who you voted for. Nobody has any idea. I am not a big fond proponent of mail-in votes. I think that we can do COVID voting just fine. I think if we do it in the way we've been doing elections in the past year I mean, 4 or 5 years where we, for a week or two, we go stand in line and vote. I have no problem with that. Pick a day that fits you. And, the way we've been doing it, honestly, the lines have been very small compared to years ago where I would stand for 2 hours to vote. I literally, we've spread out our elections for a whole week. I have literally walked in and been out in 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
so,
easily.
Yeah, so I really think we can do the COVID voting at the booths. We just have to wear our masks, take our sanitizers. You can get those for $2 on the dollar store. I don't know if you saw that, Mark. And but I think we just need to be smart about it. And that's some of the conversations that we've been having today, is just being smart about our choices. About this education. I think that if we took a look at what other countries are doing and utilized some of the footprints, instead of saying no, we can't do this or we can't do that, I don't understand why we're not looking at some of the other countries and putting in place preventive measures. Right? Our country has never been a preventive measure country anyway. I know I've done a lot of work at certain areas of this country, and I have to wonder what our money is being used for. But preventive, right? And we can put together the preventive measures. And I agree with Nick. We just can't go, now because of the situation, because of the way we let it get out of hand in the U.S. We can't just let our kids go to school, because they'll bring whatever diseases home to the parents, the grandparents, and it will spread horrifically. So we're going to have to do it a little different. And Kit, you got something to add?
So I just have a couple of points to mention. First of all, if America is ready to vote on November, why can't we have a vaccine where people can vote and they can get a vaccine instantly? That way, you'll have more voters, and then also people get vaccination as well. Because
I'm not going to take
wait, Ankit, I have an answer to that. The vaccine will be ready November the 6th. Voting is November the 5th.
Last I heard, our
my concern is not just about COVID vaccine, but maybe something which we can give to our voters, basically. So that way, we'll have more turnaround, and everyone will go and vote, because the vaccine is free of cost. I heard a news on Fox that the Congress is ready to offer like $1,200 again as a stimulus package. I'm not sure whether the news is correct or not. And secondly, I wanted to know why can't we think about digital elections maybe 2024, because the way things are going on, people are not ready to vote and they are traveling around and all those stuff. So why can't we have digital elections? Can we plan something? And thirdly,
24. Ankit, these people, you're talking the United States of America. We have a hard time thinking 4 days in the future. You're thinking 4 years. Now, we know in China, they think 4 centuries. They go, let's plan now in China for what's going to happen.
But did we cancel the election?
Here we think 4 days.
4 hours. We think 4 hours. Digital election this year. It's not possible to get it in 2020. So maybe in 2024, you can have digital elections. Thirdly, I wanted to know why everyone around the world is interested in US politics. Because we talk about Trump, we talk about US elections. No one talks about UK, Australia, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Russia, India. Everyone is concerned about US. I don't know.
Okay, I can tell you why real simply. Okay, we are the world's largest economy.
Thank you.
We
I
are the world's largest economy.
I know Nick's the host. He can mute me and everything, but don't worry about him. He's American. Just be easy on Americans. They have this great sense of themselves. But you and I are outside of America, as is Vivian, and so we watch what's going on in America with mild amusement, and they affect the world economy, and for someone like myself who trades the world economy, we trade and we have a good time, and it doesn't really matter that much, because if they're going down, we trade them down. If they're going up, we trade them up, and that's how we do things, right? But Ankit,
can I jump in real quick?
Okay, don't tell the American guys that. Let Nick.
Let me just jump in real quick there, because I have a theory here, and I just want to know what my international friends think and everything. But the other reason I think that a lot of times y'all that they'll we here on BMTV, as well as other places around the world, pay attention to Trump is because Trump puts himself out there. So like the other foreign people that I am aware of are the other ones that are slightly crazy. So like I said, I do know about the Brazilian president, and that president is also slightly on the crazy side and things of that nature. I'm thinking that probably the ones in India that are crazy are smart enough to keep their mouths shut and don't really talk that much because they don't have to be crazy politicians.
Mark, since I've been alive, Ronald Reagan was the president while I was alive, and I can't remember him. So we had President Clinton, and we were sitting there in Australia going, "Yeah, good job, mate. That was she was kind of cute. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no worries. I mean, what's going on, Hillary? Yeah, no worries." Then you had George Bush Jr. And we're like, yeah, what a goofball. Awesome. Yeah, we'll laugh at him too. Our politicians are just as bad, right? But you guys actually show us, you put it on the media, and you actually show us how bad your politicians are. We're like, look at America. That's hilarious. Look at that. And then you had Obama. And I remember when Obama first won, when he won his first presidency, and yes we can, and then they gave that speech and they said, well, now the whole world will know that we're not racist and we elected a black president, and everybody else in the world was like, yeah, oh, that's awesome, yeah, you guys elected a black president, yeah, that's so cool, yeah, awesome, guys. What was his policies? Yeah, great, cool, awesome. And then you elected some orange guy, and so the rest of us in the world are like, yeah, cool, yeah, awesome. Because we don't live there; it's not our country, so we don't really give a crap. But it's really amusing to watch.
Yeah, we've elected some crazy ones. Nick, I just want to shift back to something else that you said earlier, and I think Kim might have mentioned it as well. But I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts on, like, if we had universal telephone communication and universal, and yes, I'm trying to do this because I'm a part of the IBM TV fan, so I want universal internet. So we talk about universal healthcare. How about we get universal internet and universal telephones? Because that way everybody would have those devices, would be able to communicate with the world. I want to ask that.
What I'll say to you, Mark, and I made a real point of embarrassing a couple of Australian diplomats about this, is here in Australia, we don't actually have a Bill of Rights. Goodness knows why, because we, amongst our allies like the United States, insisted that Iraq had one, but we don't have a Bill of Rights here in Australia. So, I like to make a big deal out of that. So when I come to the United States, I'm like, you don't have universal health care, so someone's got a broken leg and it's cheaper to cut their leg off than it is to actually cure the leg, you'll cut the leg off. Yeah, that sounds really terrible. But that's not our country. Cool, we'll just keep making fun of you. And you Americans get so sensitive about that. But, we're having a good time, so it's okay. So keep doing what you're doing. We're enjoying it. Biden, Hunter Biden, Ukraine, Russian interference. These are really big deals to you guys. But Ankit and I, and Vivian lives there, but Ankit and I, we're sitting there going, look what they're doing over there. The democracy, that's like the leader of the world. Yeah, richest country ever. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
We are the world's largest.
So that's what we're doing. So just so you know.
Just to remind you, Shakeel, we are the world's largest economy. We can say that for a couple more years before China takes us over in the year 2050. So in Vivian's lifetime, she'll be going, China, we are the world's largest economy.
Yes.
We can't do that right now.
As I said last week,
okay, now,
you are the largest economy because you've got our money.
You've
got my money, you've got Ankit's money from India, you've got Vivian's money from China. That's why you're the world's largest economy.
You're right now.
We're the world's largest economy. Nick's got a point he's trying to get to Vivian, I believe, as well, and I want to talk to him.
China is going to overtake us in 2050. So I've talked to Ankit. We've agreed to a merger. The United States is going to merge with India, so we will stay the world's largest economy. Right, Anka?
Nick, you couldn't even take over
and the world's largest democracy.
You tried to buy Greenland, and that didn't work. What makes you think you're going to be able to buy India?
It's not going to be a buy. We're going to do a merger. See, there's a merger. It's totally different. Okay, we're going to do a merger. So India will be part of the greater United States of America and India. A new name, so that great United States of America and India, so we can move Great Britain aside. We'll have over 1.6 billion people, and we'll still be the world's largest economy. So it all works. It just works.
Hey, it works in another way too. And I just thought about Anka. I got to get ready to jump off and do my show, but it works also in another way too. Which is that
IPO.
Sorry, I got to jump off because I got to do my show. But I just want to make one point. It works in another way as well, because we know for a fact that very shortly, America is about to be, and some people think that's why we are having some of the issues that we're having with race relations and things of that nature. But it's about to be the majority is about to not long going to be the majority. The majority population, which is the white population, is about to be the minority population, and that's about to flip, I think, in another few years or whatever. And so if we gather all the Indian people, then y'all are really the minority.
Hey, but the thing is, it doesn't matter. We want to maintain our status as the world's largest economy. So we got to find a merging partner. We're either merge with China or we're going to merge with India.
I've been to a lot of countries, and he knows more about India, China, and US. So, Holmes, what do you think?
Holmes?
I need to put something in here, you people. From 1976 to 1986, we took in 13 million immigrants. The most immigrants that the United States has ever taken any 10-year period before or after.
Okay.
The average family size is 4.4 members. The average white family size is 2.2 members. The average black family was 3.1 members. It's been 40 years, and the populations have grown exponentially, and our populations have remained the same. So I don't care what you think, one good, bad, or indifferent. The facts are the facts. These are the people. This is the new America. Get used to it because it's going to be forever.
Okay,
Holmes, I know.
So, Mark, I know you have to jump off because you got your show coming up at 2. And just to let everybody know, following IBM TV's Business and Economy, we will have Mark Lee's radio show starting at 2 o'clock for those people who are listening around the world. Mark Lee runs a great show, and he's going to be jumping off to get started his show. I know how that goes.
Yes.
So, no problem. Thank you, Mark.
So I'm going to say something really, really terrible and horrible. Holmes, you know, I know that you're the chairman, I'm only the president, but I can't help myself but say it. Anka and myself, we are going to come to America. We're going to enter through Seattle, through Washington State. We're going to tell them that we don't like the place because that's the only way we can get in.
No problem. You're in.
And as soon as we say we don't like the place, we will go to a sanctuary city, and Anka and I will become American. And when we do, we'll become Democrats. Right. We'll be Elizabeth Warren supporters. We'll get our naturalization, and Anka and I will have something very much in common with Elizabeth Warren. Anka and I will both be able to say, just like you, Elizabeth, we're American Indians.
Yes! Oh! You follow too much politics here, Shakeel. You're following the U.S. politics scene way too soon because no one around the world would know that except people that are addicted to American politics.
Yeah, I know.
Is big, whether you like it or not.
Pocahontas, right?
Okay, whether you like it or not, you can't.
400,000 viewers to 150,000.
Okay. Yeah, what happens is that I just noticed we have no views now after that political statement. But anyway, the thing is, you have no right to vote here, and I know you're desperately wanting to vote in the world's largest economy. So I can't blame you.
I'm an alien.
I can't blame you. You need to get a visa and immigrate here. I've helped people do that because then finally you will have ability to vote in the world's largest economy, as opposed to Australia, which is...
I could be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He came from Austria. I came from Australia. I could actually be the governor of California.
Yeah, it's true. That's right.
I could. Exactly.
Yeah.
I can't be the president, but I could be the governor of California, which has a ring about it.
Yeah, you could.
That has a ring about it, I think.
Right. Yeah, you could. Remember, the thing is, we're the land of opportunity. We're the world's largest economy. We already know that. And we're not the world's largest democracy. That's over there in India. Okay. We're not the fastest growing economy. That's over in China. But we are the world's largest economy. And with that, it's a great opportunity for you to actually visit here, and you can see the riches of America right before your eyes. And then I don't know if you'd ever go back to
No, we're not visiting. You've got COVID over there. We're okay.
Oh, well, there's problems.
We're okay where we are. But when that COVID
you guys have no COVID at all. Hey, Holmes, you know they only have 221 cases in the whole country. These guys are going crazy in Australia about COVID. They only have 200 cases. We have 150,000 dead people. They have 200 dead people. We have 150,000 growing to 180,000 dead people. They have 200. They go crazy over COVID over there. And we go, oh, we got 180,000. Let's send the kids back to school. Oh, we have 180,000. Let's go to the beach. Hey, we have 100.
I want to talk about is something
you've got the World Series. You got the World Series baseball, World Series, and for some reason it's been won every year by the United States, except for one, where it was won by Canada. So we here in Australia said, it's okay, we won't bother playing. And it's the same with COVID. You got the world's best on the COVID list, and we've gone, yeah, cool, we'll sit over here. It's all good.
Yeah, that's right.
I also want to point out, and I hope we do this coming up this week with the doctors, but Nick had shared an article I thought very interesting about the after effects of the lungs with patients who've had COVID and the damages that it does to the lungs. That was quite an impactful article, Nick, that you shared. So, you know, I think these are things that we need to take a look at and move.
That's because I read these things aren't here because
course on TikTok, opening door to Microsoft and bid. What is this about?
No, we were talking about it earlier. You weren't here about Microsoft, but we're going to have to get our plane and fly away here, and because it's at the hour and Mark Lee's coming.
So I just have to mention one thing that after this show we are doing a radio show with Mark from 2 to 4, and then at 4 to 7 we have a IBM TV talk show starting today on Monday. So that's the plan for the day, and do join us tomorrow on Select Tuesday. It's time to wrap up, and Kim needs to say something before we wrap up.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be watching a movie. So tomorrow we're going to be watching a movie with Henny Morales. So join us and kick back and enjoy a little morning of good movie.
Okay.
That's great.
Thanks for coming. Want to thank everybody. Thank you, Holmes, Shakeel, Vivian, Kim, and Ankit. Can you start the airplane? We're going to be flying off at IBM TV.
Well, Ambassador first.
Ambassador first, yes.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को